while we are standing, we will pray. And let me ask Dr. Omar of Garissa University to lead us in prayer. Please come forward. And followed by the Vice Chancellor of Bomet University. Please lead us in the prayer.
Let's pray. I'm going to recite the first chapter of the Holy Quran, which is a prayer itself. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning. We give you all the glory. We give you all the honor this morning. Thank you for yet another day that you have given us, and thank you even for the gift of life that you have given us this morning. As we begin this meeting, we commit it to you, Father. We pray that you will guide us, direct us in everything that we are going to do today. We pray this, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Peter. Okay. Right. Asante. Thank you very much. Chief guest today, our dear peers. Today, we begin our program with the entertainment. And we are going to have Wajir Orset with the Dante dance. Please welcome. Kenya is blessed. Rich culture. This is dance to dance. Very interesting. You can join them if you wish. Very good.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana kwa sababu ya wakati. Tukipata nafasi tutawaita tena.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Now we are going to invite Senior Chief Adano once more for a choral verse. The stage is yours. Welcome. Proceed. Please proceed.
Now the pride of the North, the fountain of education, the mighty Senior Chief Adano Girls School, presents the Dome by Yahya Shukri. Welcome. Across the schools and colleges, new hope begins to rise. Innovation spread its wings beneath our African skies.
Wonderful, wonderful. Very good. You're able to see what Northern Kenya can offer. This is great and wonderful. This is Senior Chief Adano. Very interesting choral verse. Next on the stage, we now have Wajir Full Primary School. And I think here we have a choral verse, a solo verse. Thank you very much. The team that gave us a wonderful performance, Danto performance, is back on the stage for a photo. Meanwhile, Wajir Full, can you just come close? It's very good. The 63rd Madaraka Day celebrations will be in this great county, county number 8. That's the first time we are having this kind of celebrations here. Thank you very much, our chief guests, and let me invite now Wajir Full Primary School, the solo verse performance. Please proceed.
My name is Hansen from Wajir Food, ready to present a solo verse titled Young Star. Great achievement to be yesterday. Great achievement to be. My dream is to be. I feel that the text of the bigger picture in my mind creating structure giving me an inspiration to live academic and creative. Silent suffering that I'm undergoing is imagined to be bothering. I'm forced in choosing the internet. TikTok, Instagram, my platform to reform and perform, so as to form my life into a useful form. Why am I still in uniform? My life has become simple. Back to the internet uploading my videos. Wow, a comment from a fan who says he likes my content and willing to invest in me as he has seen my potential. He's going to make me rich and popularize me widely. I can't believe greatness it is. Wishes have become horses. As a beggar, I have made positive choices. To follow these wishes, school, teachers, members of staff at large, I call upon this meeting to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I have wasted your time. I'm sorry that I put my money in education while there was a shorter way to ask the tuition examination. School fees in my education. Yet I could have maneuvered through my content. How ignorantly I ignored this possibility. Back to the tricks are really great. Teachers, mama, papa, society at large. Please do forgive me. Give me the tool for me to go back to school and rule my education. Give me the tool for me to make it in life and create a positive impact. To use the social media as it is intended to be used. To avoid online distractions that tricks us will turn into a young gangster. I'm ready to change and become a brave, brilliant youngster.
Oh, that is superb. Superb. Please let us appreciate her once more. Thank you very much. Wajir is going to host the 63rd Madaraka Day celebrations, and that's why we are here. Thank you very much. Let me now invite Waso girls with a spoken word. Spoken word is a genre in the world of elocution. Please proceed.
Nakubali kukataa kukubali. Nina msongo wa akili, nina msongo wa kimawazo, na kutia mkazo kwamba japo nimeshiba nina njaa kidogo. Siko, niko na ni kama siko. Maisha yangu ni kama mshumaa kwenye upepo. Natoa matarajio ya juu kuliko wangu. Vipi sasa nataka nipige hesabu na mimi uwezo wangu wa Kiswahili. Nacheka vicheko vya huzuni. Ningefanya tambiko inayopata miko. Ningepima vipimo vikaonyesha vitu mawazo. Nimezama. Nafsi kahama dunia yangu iko peponi na pepo yangu iko duniani. Siko, niko na ni kama siko.
Madam wamekubali si?
Inaniona, lakini siwaoni. Mambo ni sayumneke. Asubuhi yangu imekuwa jioni na jioni ikawa asubuhi. Mchana naona giza, usiku naona nuru. Vipi niambiwe nifanye vyema darasani kama dada yangu Bilali? Tuko tofauti. Nani atibu kwa makosa yasiyokuwa yangu? Saulo yangu imekuwa sanda. Nikana kwamba miungu yangu iko likizoni. Shetani amekuja na barua ya mwaliko. Eti Allah amekuwa fursa ya kuniharibu na kunijaribu kwa masaibu. Siko. Nauliza maswali na sitaki majibu. Ungekuwa mimi ungefanyaje? Ijumaa yangu inakuja Alhamisi yangu inakuja Jumapili. Jumamosi naye ndio kama Jumanne, naye Jumanne ndio Jumamosi. Kisa na maana. Kaka yangu alifuzu kwenda chuo kikuu, lakini mimi sionyeshi dalili. Na ni kwanza kwa vikwazo vizito, nina mchanganyiko wa michanganyiko. Usije ukadhani kwamba niko ni kama siko. Natabasamu usoni, lakini natupwa kwa mkuki moyoni. Nje ni tabasamu, lakini ndani nakuja damu. Swali naulizwa, uko sawa? Najibu kwa mujibu kwa kusema niko sawa, lakini siko sawa ama niko sawa. Ningekuwa maziwa, ningekuwa sawa. Niko sawa, siko sawa, lakini ni sawa kutokuwa sawa. Jirani yangu waliposhinda kombe la uigizaji kwenye mashindano. Sasa mnanidunga sindano, tambueni hatuwezi kutoshana, japo mnaniingilia, sitajiingilia. Nitajishika mkono na kujinua taratibu, kujipa moyo na kujishangilia. Nitajipapasa kifuani kisha nitajinong'onezea. Utakuwa sawa. Japo hauko sawa, ni sawa kutokuwa sawa. Ningekuwa maziwa, ningekuwa sawa, lakini ni sawa. Ni sawa kutokuwa sawa. Ni sawa. Japo sitemi kimombo kama binamu yangu, japo badala yake anasema na ulimwengu ni msifu. Kwenye meza ya furaha nitajipa mwaliko. Hata nikianguka nitasema nimeteleza. Japo sitaweza nitasema nimeweza. Japo nikipofu nitasema nikengeza. Nitafurahia kwenye maumivu kwa sababu jua la uchungu japo limechomoza litazama. Wanaoleleo ndio watakaocheka kesho. Leo ni zamu ya kulijilia vicheko vya kesho. Nitatabasamu kwa undani, ningeelezeka kwamba ni sawa kutokuwa sawa. Ningekuwa maziwa, ningekuwa sawa, lakini ni sawa kutokuwa sawa. Kwani hatuwezi kutoshana sote, lakini sote tuko sawa. Ni sawa.
Makofi tafadhali tena. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Wajir County. And
Principal wa Wajir, principal ngene photo ametelendo. Sawa.
Asante sana. Now we have Tarba TTC with a folk dance. Tarba TTC. Let us appreciate them as they come in. Tarba TTC.
Ready to present a Somali cultural dance. This dance is usually performed by young Somali girls during wedding ceremonies. Welcome.
good. That is wonderful. Let us appreciate Tarbaj. Thank you very much. Please let us appreciate Tarbaj.
Tusio wachoyo wa makofi. Tafadhali tuwapigie makofi tena. Maridadi kweli. Wajir County tunayo ama hatuna? Asisikie sauti. Wajir County tunayo hatuna? Madaraka ni tuko tayari. Nataka kuona hiyo 10,000 capacity field ijae, ifurike mpaka rais aseme wacha tutafanya tena mara nyingine. Si ndio bwana? Asanteni sana. Hiyo basi naona wanapata fursa makatibu wetu wakiwa basi tao basi lazima tuwaletee kama hiyo wavae hivi. Maridadi kweli ikiwa ni super sato. Na mambo basi inaendelea kuchacha tu sawa sawa, wale wafupi wapite mbele, wale warefu kama mimi wakuje nyuma. Na usmile semeni 66. Haya semeni 66. Hiyo sasa tunakula hii picha inaenda State House. Ukiona basi PS Umi Bashir yeye wa culture kabisa. Hii document yake anasema anayo. Unaenda mbali sana. Asante sana. Na tunasema elimu ni mwangaza. Wapi makofi tena wakiwa basi wacha jukwaa. Tunasema asante msimwenza.
Oh, thank you very much, our dear chief guests. That brings us to the end of that short session on entertainment. And at this point in time, I would like to invite the chair of the technical committee. This is the head of the Directorate of Co-Curricular Field Coordination Activities. This is the soft-spoken, target-oriented historian and administrator manager of long-standing, Bwana Nelson Sefuna. You are welcome.
Thank you. Tupigie makofi wale watoto wetu na kwaya zao. Colleagues, we now come to the third day of our thematic week. As we move around to see what we have in education, today is the day of the future. What does the future hold for us? Under the stewardship of the PS higher, Dr. Madam Inyangala. We also want to appreciate the other chief guests. We will make today more memorable than ever before. Unlike these other 2 days, today we have 2 panels. And today we have our professors. Today we have our funders. Today we have our sagas. And we shall be getting to know from them what we have. I want to just make one announcement that this year again in August from 23rd, Kenya will be hosting the East African Education Conference. We shall more than ever before. Then also, as we finalize today, tomorrow is the day of Elimu Mashinani. Where if you have any question, there will be a panel here to also share with you. I will ask all the national team, the organizing team of this thematic week, please, if you are around, just stand and wave. Many are involved in many other activities, but this is the team that has ensured, under the chairmanship of Mr. Itumbi, who is on his way, that this day is a success. May I also recognize the local organizing committee,
the officials from the region and this county that have made this day a success. Thank you, let's clap for them. It is now my humble pleasure to invite the PS. Hi. Okay. Okay. I will hand over to the Master of Ceremony to take us forward.
Let us appreciate the Chair Technical Committee. Thank you very much. Yes, a country is known by its investment in education. It is not enough just to be literate. And it behoves us to transcend the boundaries of primary literacy to the realms of higher education. That is what Kenya is known for. And that is why south of Sahara and north of Limpopo, Kenya leads in higher education. Others follow. And so with God's providence, today we witness a galaxy, a battery of experts in the higher education sector. What is our mission? To discuss, to explore, to explicate, to brainstorm on critical emerging matters in higher education. We are lucky that the leadership of the higher education sector or section is seated here. This is the one and only Dr. Daktari Beatrice Muganda Ijankala. At this point in time, allow me to ask the technical team to just give us a very short video. Please, let us appreciate the video and see what higher education is doing. You're welcome.
Funding model, popularly known as the student-centered funding model, because it supports students directly rather than sending block funding to universities. It is the transformation in funding university education. This model is resilient. It has withstood all the pressures and stood up to shine. This year, after the refinement of the model, there was not a single appeal. All the students were satisfied with their allocation. So now the cost of medicine in the first and second year is actually comparable to the cost of any Bachelor of Science degree. And so the average would be around 20,000, depending on the financial capacities of the family. Yes. So that with the leadership of His Excellency the President, we managed to crack the riddle of fees for university programs. And the fees came down. 670,000 students in all our public and private universities at the moment. And the 5 most popular courses are medicine, nursing, law, you are law, any ICT related course, and guess what? Education. When we look at the market, we don't confine ourselves to the local market. We are looking at many opportunities. We are looking at kazi mitandaoni, business process outsourcing, where our graduates undertake assignments online for companies abroad. We also know that our president has signed bilateral labor agreements with many countries. And so the export of labor is very active. We are working collaboratively with international partners and our local experts to develop a competency-based education and training framework. This framework is holistic. It defines the profile of the students to enter university to undertake various programs. It defines the content that will be covered. It defines the graduation expectations to be met. For now, universities are undertaking discrete activities, working on reviewing the curriculum. Because in the past, it was always take your notes and read them back. but we are no longer looking at that because right now the question is education for what?
Nothing says bottom up better than an open University of Kenya that gives everybody a chance. It is indeed, in again my very honest submission, the People's University. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can be in class in a university by simply logging in.
It was established in August 2023, so that is, slightly just 2.5.
Yes.
Yeah.
And 24,000, that's exponential growth.
Yes. It has 9,000 degrees program students and 15,000 short courses, students enrolled in short courses.
Okay.
And it has 24 programs in total. Yeah, so that's huge.
Wow.
Yes. And we also have students from 54 countries across the world, in Africa and beyond.
Funding model, popularly known as.
Thank you very much for that video clip. Let us appreciate the technical team. You can see what we are doing in Kenya. High graduation rate, many students joining universities. Thank you very much. At this point in time, our dear PS, allow me to invite somebody who is very important to us in this region. This is the PS, Madam Umi Mohamed Bazir. This is the PS in charge of the State Department of Culture, the Arts and Heritage. This young lady, Waziri, Wakili, it's a strategic leader, a cultural ambassador, and passionate in promoting culture. Madam PS, you are welcome.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Wafi antihin. Are you okay? Nauliza hivi, mbona leo mmelegea? Wanafunzi mpo? Walimu mpo? PS upo? Very good. Thank you so much. Mine is just a brief, a few remarks here and there. My sister PS, Dr. Beatrice Enyangala, I was just looking at this image right here and saying, she's the only lady among this, this session 3. And I'm like, she's standing tall among giants and she's leading this. Yo, clap for her. Congratulations, PS. We're so proud of you. And our girls, wasichana wetu, munaona, ladies can lead and deliver in amazing, amazing places, amazing areas. You have 2 PSs here today, who are ladies, by the way. So wasichana wetu, mjitahidi. You can be a PS too, sindio? Sisi tukiondoka, nyinyi si mnachukua hizo viti. Our girls from the north, our girls from Wajir County, our girls who are here today, you can be anything you want to be. Menisikia? Anything you want to be. Na walimu asanteni sana, manake kama sio nyinyi, wasichana wetu wangefika hapa. Our boys should not also be left behind, because as we empower the girl child, we should not leave the boy child behind. Honorable PS, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, VC, University of Embu, Prof, distinguished guest, I'll ride on all the protocols observed. TSC team who are here, asanteni sana, walimu, county government, who are all here, nawashukuru sana. I'm deeply delighted to join you this morning with a heart full of pride, gratitude, and deep personal emotion. Not just as a PS, but as a proud daughter of the soil that is Wajir County. To return home in this capacity on an occasion of such profound national significance as the 33rd Madaraka Day is a privilege that I do not take lightly. This ground, these streets, these schools, this community shaped who I am, and today we stand here together to affirm that the future we dreamt of for this county and for this nation is not only possible, but it is built right now by the very hands before me. For too long, the narrative has been arid and semi-arid lands. Our narrative was always written by others. Our story was always written by others, okay? And written too often in a language of deficit, drought, displacement, conflict, Al-Shabaab. You know, there's always that negative connotation when it comes to northern counties, right? The semi-arid and arid lands. There's always that issue. And also underdevelopment, no roads, always something negative. That narrative was not entirely false. The historical inequities in the distribution of education, infrastructure, healthcare, and economic opportunity in counties like Wajir are matters of documented record. We do not deny history, but we're here today to write a new chapter. And I want to thank the Ministry of Education, TVET, Basic Education, Higher Education, all the teams who took part to make this a success. The decision to bring the National Madaraka Day celebration to Wajir is a deliberate presidential declaration that no Kenyan county is peripheral. And we thank the President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for this golden opportunity. That the pastoralist heartlands of North, with their extraordinary cultural richnesses, their linguistic diversity, their resilient community structures, are not the margins of Kenya, they are the center of Kenya's history of resilience and renewal. And when I look at what has been achieved in education in Wajir over the past decade, the growth in enrollment, the rise of the girls in secondary education, the emergence of young people from the county in our universities and technical institutions, the local innovations, and entrepreneurs who are building solutions for self-governance. Self-determination is not merely a date on the calendar. It is a living covenant between each generation of Kenyans and the republic we inherit. The theme of this year's celebration, education, skills, and the future, is a declaration that true Madaraka in the 21st century is measured not only in political sovereignty, but in educated minds, skilled hands, and innovative spirits of our people. And what better place to make this declaration than Wajir County, a region that has historically been described through the language of challenges, but which today stands as a powerful proof of Kenya's commitment to equity, inclusion, and irreversible march in progress. Today we honor the sacrifice of those who came before us and fought gallantly for our recognition. With this, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for bringing this celebration to Wajir County. Makofi kwake. I'd like to talk briefly about the issue of CBE. So the CBE framework is the most significant structural framework for Kenya's education system in 2 generations. It represents a fundamental reimagining of what schooling is for, rather than producing students who are ranked by their ability to recall information in education setups. CBE also seeks to produce graduates who think, who create, communicate, collaborate, and contribute graduates who are ready to merely not merely for economy of today, but for the economy of tomorrow, which we are only beginning to imagine. The shift from 844 to 2663 structure has opened new pathways that recognize the diversity of human talent and the municipality of roots to a fulfilling productive life. Not every child must take the same road to success. The artisans is an essential as the accountant. The agronomist is as virtual as the architect. The creative artist, the musicians, the filmmakers. We saw our girls and our young boys here performing. That is creative. That is creativity, and that's for our creative industry growth. We encourage that. There's also fashion. Contributes to meaningful to Kenya's economy and national identity as the engineer. CBE creates space for all talents, and our State Department for Culture stands ready to champion the creative and cultural pathways that framework opens. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's golden for us, but nonetheless, PS, come home again and again, so that, of course, development partners, Kenya's education transformation requires investment at scale, and that is the partnerships that have already been forged are commendable, but we need more resources for infrastructure, for teacher development, for digital connectivity, for skills training, and for the creative economy. To the young people of Wajir and Kenya, you're not just leaders of tomorrow. By advantage of your age, you're also the leaders of today. By advantage of the education and the skills that you have already received. In this exhibition that are here today, we'll see proof of what Kenya's learners can create, what we can invent, what we can imagine. And to my home county, Wajir, asanteni sana. Thank you for the values you planted in me. Thank you for the resilience you modeled. Thank you for the community you gave me. I carry you with me everywhere I go in service of this republic. I am proud, deeply and personally proud to serve you and the rest of the country through His Excellency the President. Asanteni. PS, thank you. Mungu awabariki. Mungu abariki Wajir na Mungu abariki watoto wetu. Shukran.
Thank you so much, PS. Asante sana. At this point in time, allow me to asante sana. Allow me Thank you very much. Allow me to bring to you now Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, the lady who possesses the gift of the gab, articulate, focused, goal-oriented, affable, research of high renown, a teacher, a pedagogue, policy developer, servant leader, the current and incumbent PS, State Department of Education and Research. Welcome, kiongozi wetu.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Before this pedagogical leader and passionate teacher makes her speech, I just want to draw a link between what our sister said and what this session is all about. This session is about inclusivity. How do we get everybody on board to higher education? It means we must get our basic education right. So the CBE is building a firm foundation for our learners to progress through middle level to universities. Some, after senior school, will join middle level colleges and TVETs. Others will then proceed to universities. Let me also for many of us who are here today, unpack the relationship between TVET, which we were immersed in yesterday, and what we are going to deliver here today as higher education or university education. When my sister PS made the presentation, you saw many spanners, okay? Who saw spanners in that presentation? Did anybody see spanners? We together, yesterday presentation, there was many workshops, many spanners. Now, our university leaders here have the responsibility of thinking about what tools we need and what technology we need to fix broken things. They have the responsibility to think and theorize, and then to design tools that work for us, and pass the same designs to our TVET institutions to create and to use. And when things are not working right, when there's a problem with any technology and it needs to be fixed, again, our researchers at the universities must find out why that tool is not working properly and fix the problem, come up with another design, which is then manufactured and handed over to the TVETs to utilize, to create these very important items that we require in our daily lives. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the link that we must think through. Even as the professors come here to talk big grammar and big theories, let us open our minds and ask them, how this big knowledge stored in the universities talk to the people of Wajir in their daily lives and as they create their livelihoods. My sister and friend, P.S. Umi Bashir, who is driving culture, the arts, and heritage. The chair of the organizing committee for Madaraka Day, Mr. Nelson Sifuna. County and national government officials present here today. The chair of vice chancellors, Professor Daniel Mugendi. All the vice chancellors and principals of universities present. The CEOs of Ministry of Education sagas, right from higher education to TVETs and primary schools, basic level. The principals of technical and vocational education and training. The principals and head teachers of all the institutions in basic education. The Ministry of Education staff, our students and pupils, the people of this great county of Wajir. Ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, good morning. Salam alaikum. As Kenya marks 63 years of self-determination, this gathering offers an important opportunity to reflect not only on where we stand today, but also on the journey that has shaped our higher education system and the future we seek to build. The story of higher education in Kenya mirrors the story of our republic. Independence in 1963, Kenya inherited an education architecture designed largely to serve colonial administrative structures rather than national development aspirations. Access to university education remained limited. Opportunities for advanced learning were scarce. the newly independent nation faced an urgent challenge: building the human capital necessary to drive economic growth, strengthen institutions, and deliver social transformation. Over subsequent decades, our vision for education has expanded, with quality, relevance, equity, and affordability taking center stage. Today, competency-based curriculum reforms are aligning foundational learning, technical education, and higher education with labor market realities. Success in the 21st century depends increasingly not only on qualifications, but on competencies. Critical thinking, digital capability, scientific literacy, innovation, problem solving, entrepreneurship, adaptability. Every generation confronts defining educational questions. The generation immediately after independence focused on access. Subsequent reforms concentrated on expansion and quality. Our generation faces a different challenge altogether. How do we prepare citizens for a future that is changing faster than institutions were originally designed to respond to? Artificial intelligence is shaping industries. Climate change is altering economic systems. Biotechnology is transforming agricultural production systems. Automation is redefining labor markets and service delivery. Digital technologies are changing how knowledge is created, shared, and applied. The World Economic Forum estimates that nearly half of workforce skills may require transformation within a decade. We cannot confine our education to the limitations of our technological advancements. Our universities must be at the forefront of integrating technologies across all subject domains: medicine, engineering, agriculture, business, the arts, humanities, and social sciences. Universities must produce graduates with the requisite skills, not only to advance our goals in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, but also to compete for jobs globally. Universities can no longer prepare graduates solely for the issues that confront us as a society today. They must prepare citizens capable of navigating tomorrow's challenges. And this, ladies and gentlemen, demands urgency. Kenya enters into this transition from a position of considerable progress, but also significant responsibility. University enrollment has now surpassed 670,000 students, representing the highest level of participation in higher education in our nation's history. This growth reflects decades of deliberate public investment, institutional expansion, and policy reform intended to democratize access to university education. The expansion is also evidence that more Kenyan families increasingly view higher education not simply as an academic aspiration, but as a pathway towards social mobility, economic opportunity, and national development. The growth trajectory has been reinforced by reforms undertaken under the leadership of our President, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, anchored in the report of the Presidential Working Party for Education Reform. Allow me to highlight just a few of these reforms. Key for university education is the student-centered funding model. This model represents one of the most significant policy transitions in Kenya's contemporary education history because it attempts to respond to a long-standing challenge confronting many countries globally. How to expand participation in higher education while maintaining equity and ensuring institutional sustainability. The student-centered funding model seeks to preserve a foundational principle that talent and potential should not be constrained by household income. For many years, ladies and gentlemen, financing systems across the world operated under assumptions that governments alone could shoulder the increasing costs associated with university expansion. However, rapid enrollment growth, technological investments, research financing requirements, and infrastructure development have altered this equation considerably. Countries across the OECD area increasingly employ blended financing approaches involving public financing, private investment, targeted grants, student support mechanisms, and partnerships with industry. Kenya's funding mechanisms may not be identical to those of the European countries, but there are lessons worth examining. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, driven by the need to assure inclusivity, the government allocated almost 30% of its budget to education in the financial year 2025-2026, a total of Kenya shillings 702 billion. The return on this investment is evident. We see it in the graduates who transition into the labor market. We see it in the doctors in our hospitals, the lecturers and teachers in our classrooms, our engineers constructing the road network, and those working on affordable housing projects, and those connecting millions of households to electricity. Yet, long-term sustainability matters because traditional financing systems may not be capable of supporting future generations, since the demand for university education continues to rise. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we attempt to address the sustainability question in education financing, we take cognizance of multiple. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we attempt to address the sustainability question in funding university education, we take cognizance of multiple funding streams from the government. Kenya currently operates multiple student support mechanisms across national government programs, county governments, constituency initiatives, institutional scholarships, and development partner interventions. While these mechanisms reflect commendable commitments toward educational access, fragmentation has reduced efficiency, complicated targeting frameworks, and increased administrative costs. A more integrated financing architecture offers opportunities to strengthen transparency, improve coordination, and maximize public value from limited resources. Efficiency within public financing is not a technical matter. It is a matter of stewardship. It reflects our collective responsibility to ensure that public investment reaches intended beneficiaries while preserving long-term sustainability. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another critical issue is that of institutional governance. Institutional governance equally requires continued attention. Our universities, we all agree, occupy a unique place within society. They educate future leaders, generate scientific discovery, shape public discourse, and influence national competitiveness. Leadership within such institution, therefore, carries obligations extending beyond administration. The future competitiveness of our universities depends on the men and women, some of them seated here today who will be talking to you, and their leadership aspirations for their institutions. And so, we are keen to see how they combine sound governance, sustainable financing, research excellence, and responsiveness to changing societal needs to move the university sector into an ever-changing future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us now turn our attention to the mode of delivery of university education within the context of education diplomacy. Traditionally, our students travel to campuses because learning opportunities exist primarily within lecture theaters in our universities. This model has built strong institutions and remains indispensable. However, technological change is reshaping assumptions that historically governed access to knowledge. Borderless learning environments are creating possibilities previously unavailable. Our professionals can upgrade skills while remaining economically productive. Our learners facing geographical barriers can participate more fully. International students can access Kenyan knowledge systems without physical relocation. Research collaboration increasingly transcends borders. Faculty engagement increasingly operates globally. Our knowledge ecosystems increasingly function internationally. Education diplomacy therefore becomes important within our national strategy. Education cooperation strengthens scientific capability, expands research networks, deepens bilateral partnerships, and enhances national influence within global knowledge system. Our universities are strategic national assets shaping competitiveness, diplomacy, innovation, and international positioning. However, with the work of growing borderless universities, there are opportunities that can be harnessed to move our education into the future. But if the challenges are not carefully managed, then the influence of our universities will gradually begin to diminish globally. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the future of higher education will depend not only upon how institutions expand access, but also upon how effectively they connect financing reforms, governance modernization, international collaboration, technological adaptation, and research excellence into coherent systems capable of serving future generations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the last and perhaps the most important issue that we must confront today is resilience and patriotism. One of the critical roles of education is to produce graduates who are fully functioning members of their communities. Within a context of emerging social threats, our civic duties have assumed even more significance. Our universities have a responsibility of producing graduates with strong moral values, values that weave a strong social fabric. Values that embed solidarity, selflessness, and duty of care in our communities. Patriotism is not symbolism. Patriotism means service. It means integrity. It means building institutions that are stronger than the individuals within them. And so, as we look toward the future, we are cognizant of the fact that the future economy will reward nations that educate better, innovate faster, collaborate deeper, adapt quicker, and Kenya must be among those nations. The future is not something we inherit. The future is something we build. Let us build it wisely. Let us build it boldly. Let us build it together, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you and God bless you.
Imeweza. Hiyo imeweza. Hai. Hiyo. Hata Mr. Martin ataacha nyuma. Hiyo. The egg. Iko sawa. Hiyo. Wapi makofi? Twende kazi. Tuchangamke tafadhali. Hiyo imeweza. Hiyo imeweza, sio? Si ndivyo? Haya, sasa nasema, nikisema masomo munasema ujuzi. Nikisema ujuzi tunasema kesho yetu. Sawa? Mara moja tuchangamke. Masomo. Bado hiyo sauti sijasikia vizuri bana. Hebu tengeneza koo kidogo. Tengeneza koo. Nikisema masomo unasema ujuzi. Nikisema ujuzi unasema kesho yetu. Sasa masomo. Ujuzi. Tuko mbele hiyo Singapore tumefika. Asante sana. MC.
Thank you very much. Let us all appreciate our peers. Thank you very much. That is quite erudite. At this point in time, allow me to invite yet another very important person to us. This person is none other than Dennis Itumbi. And please, let me say something before he comes here. Dennis Itumbi is a household name in the Republic of Kenya. Dennis Itumbi is a top digital strategist. In fact, a polyglot, somebody who speaks very many languages. Dennis Itumbi is eloquent, a go-getter, people-oriented, with a high affinity for rewarding artists. Nana Nakubali, he rewards artists very well. He's currently the head of special programs and the creative economy coordination and the chair of the national celebrations. We are glad to have you here, sir. Come and speak to your people. Thank you. Music.
021. Shiroka Moranga.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I think this was a setup. That's why there had to be a serious introduction, but that's okay. Hi. Students, hello. Just turn to someone and say, welcome to Wajir. Yeah, I don't know how many of you have gotten the chance over the last few days just to go around Wajir town and have interaction with residents. Yesterday I sat on some bays, some rocks with some guys for over 2 hours, and they told me this feels like independence. And they also told me that some of the issues that we have discussed here and resolved here are things that have disturbed many people. The unfortunate thing is that I got about 7 other cases. I will not do what I did here, PS, on day 1. Those ones I tried to do what I can do. I sorted 3, 4 I will bring to your table so that you can be able to begin thinking about them and see what you can be able to do. Having said that, yesterday we had TVET here, and we promised to do something. I don't know whether now the PC Kinyajui team is here. Is PC Kinyajui team here? If they are not, I am going to kindly request the PS for TVETs to receive this on their behalf. You see, ni kusema na kutenda, sio? So PS, when I went back, I thought about it. The guy who had created the robot that was here yesterday, I think we should reward him as a person because he thought about it and did. So for that person, I'm going to give 100,000 shillings. To him as a person because of inventing. That's then for the school and the robot, we give 200,000 shillings. Because as PS Umi will tell you, we've decided the innovators and the creators get directly what is owed to them, and then the institution gets what is owed to them. So I've done 70-30. We agreed on 300,000, 100,000 directly to the innovator, 200,000 to the institution. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
On his behalf, on behalf of PC Kenyanjui, we are going to innovate more. Sasa wewe nimepewa pesa yako, tutadiscuss nyuma ya tent.
No, you still keep, the institution is here also. Okay, so PS, your work has been done. Wakulipe commission. Okay, so.
It is not PC Kenyanjui, it is Kasarani TVC.
Oh, Kasarani TVC, Kasarani TVC. Is the institution here other than the innovator? Anyone representing the institution? The principal or an instructor? An instructor. Okay. So what's your name again, sir?
Reinhard Marwa Babere.
So congratulations and please continue innovating. Sasa hii kitu nimenunua, kwa hivyo ikuje ofisi. So mimi ukirudi hivyo, mimi utapeana namba yako pale, nitakutafuta uilete ofisi so that it can begin doing what it's supposed to do because I've bought it. But you need to improve it a bit before you bring. So I'll give you 3 weeks. So tuseme, actually 4 weeks. So tuseme July, mid-July. Say July 20th utaniletea. So is it a date?
Yes, thank you.
July 20th?
Yeah, it is okay.
Perfect. So this is yours. Hii usiende kupatia shule. Hii ni yako ya innovation ya akili yako. 100,000.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Mwalimu hii ni ya shule because I know the school assisted, trained, bought materials. So this 200,000 shillings. So that robot is now bought for 300,000 shillings.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. God bless you and keep you. Na hasa uende uzie PS Umi. Usiseme tu mimi nimechukua, hasa PS Umi pia anunue. You make another one. Maybe not today. Kwanza ulileta kwa ofisi, aione, then she has a reason to invest in it. God bless you and keep you, my friend.
Asante, Mungu akubariki.
Asante sana. Asante. To those of you who are innovating, to those of you with ideas, education is not only meant to solve our challenges today, but to imagine challenges that have not happened, to invent technologies that have not happened, and most importantly, There is a small book called The Future Shock that says education is best placed for people who are not yet born. So the children in this room are our live messages to the future. We therefore train them to look at the future. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you've turned up faithfully for this Education Thematic Week. Today, we come to an end after the panels that are going to be there. PS Umi will be traveling shortly because the president will be landing somewhere in Aoma and she needs to go prepare. I will therefore request the two PSs, after PS Tivets has spoken, to allow PS Umi, even before the panel, to close for us this thematic week, and we allow her to proceed. They made a special request to her to come and help us close this, and then we'll have the panel, and then we'll have a final prayer as a closure, but she will have closed for us the thematic week. So thank you very much for the State Department of Higher Education, the State Department of Basic Education, the State Department of TVETs, for enabling us to have this week. I still believe we should have another thematic week, maybe in 2028 or 2029, that's dedicated to education. I can barely feel like we have not even scratched the surface. There is a lot more to discuss here. I am still intrigued by what you were told yesterday about Poland looking for 1,000 meat cutters in Kenya, and they could not find. Yani ile nyama tunakatanga kwa hii butchery, they could not find, simply because we have not skilled our people. So those are some of the intriguing take-homes that I will be taking from this conference. Thank you very much. And therefore, because I'm also the one moving the vote of thanks, this is how I'll move the vote of thanks. Just say hi to someone and say thank you very much. Say hi to the next person and tell them thank you very much. I therefore consider the vote of thanks so moved. Thank you very much, and God bless you. I'm going to ask PS TVET to come and greet and say something. Today is dedicated to higher education and the future.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Hi, University. Tusalimianeni hewani. How are you? My name is Esther Muoria. For those we have not met, I am the PS State Department for TVET. We spent a lot of time here yesterday, and Umi, after that, I went to see your village. Nilitembea huku. I went to Wajir East TVC. I saw what is happening there, and etc., etc. But we are happy this far. Yesterday was a tremendous day, thanks to PS Beatrice and Dennis for your support, and all of you. Today is University Day, and I, when I'm not here, belong to the university, and my boss is here, Professor Odhiambo. Hoye! Simama usalimie watu. Unajua Professor Odhiambo for a long time was my boss at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, but now he humbly agrees I am now his boss. But he is a tremendous friend of mine, and more importantly than being in these offices, we pray for each other, and we were praying together when we were at the university. Professor Mugendi, wake up and wave the university. Professor Mugendi, oh yeah. When I go back home, this is the guy in charge of the universities in my county. And we were very good friends when he was also at KU, and his sister. Are you older or younger than my teacher? You are younger. Sister yangu alikuwa mwalimu wangu, and she is literally one of the ladies who shaped me to what I am. Yesterday, we were here with Beatrice and Dennis, shaping the young girls who are here and telling them not to think because we are now PSs, it has all been rosy. It wasn't. But by the grace of God, and looking at people like Professor Mugendi's sister, we were able to have people that we looked into and said, I want to be like Mrs. Nyaga. who is Professor Mugendi's sister. And so we thank God for some of those people. And we were able to tell you young people, look at somebody. I want to be like Professor Mugendi. I want to be like P.S. Beatrice or P.S. Umi. Or I want to be like Dennis. But you know, Dennis is just a national star. Sasa, when you want to be like Dennis, pengine umshike shati ukue karibu na yeye sana. Because again, to be where he is as a young person is tremendous. But I wish all of us well. Let us educate our country. Let us skill our country, because we need a future for this country. We need to go to Singapore. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we have to. We are not discussing as government. We are not asking as government. We are not showcasing as government. We are going to Singapore. And we are going to Singapore by what we commit to do and trusting on the grace of God. May the Lord bless you.
Just one more thing. I think in terms of, it's good for us to highlight that as we discuss the future, in this school that has hosted us, the Ministry of Education has been kind enough. They are building 2 new classrooms for this school that will be visible now and in the future that you hosted an education thematic week. We are also renovating the entire classroom block. It is now, I think it's now painting that is going on. When I went around yesterday, I saw it was painting that was going on. And beyond that, one of the exhibitors has something to offer, so probably just give him a microphone, comes over. Just come on stage. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, introduce yourself.
My name is Derek Oimo. I'm from School Equipment Production Unit, an agency under Ministry of Basic Education.
So when you went around yesterday to the exhibitions, you offered something for this institution, the JSS side of this institution.
We thought that maybe if you passed by and considered what we were offering, something that would be useful to the institution, maybe you would pronounce yourself on that.
I think I'll pass by, but as I pass by, because you won't get another opportunity to speak to these people, what is that you're offering?
Now we are offering a mobile laboratory. We understand that there is limited resources to construct adequate physical laboratories. So we have a mobile laboratory and an integrated science kit for grades 7, 8, and 9 that assist in all the practicals in physics, biology, and chemistry.
Thank you. Maybe Mwalim, you can come and we said your name is?
Derek Oimo.
Derek. So Derek, that's the head teacher of this institution that we are in. So probably after this, she's one of the people you should walk with to the booths today so that she can see what that involves. And then we will help you to inaugurate the handover together with the PSs who are here. It's interesting today, in some form of coincidence, all the PSs we have are lady CSs. That goes to the girl who asked a question yesterday. This is the highest form of visibility of where you can be.
Okay.
So, Mwalim.
I thank Mr. Dennis and the rest of the officers on the ground. I thank you so much. As you are through you, that's why it has been announced. I thank Mr. Derek to give us the opportunity to receive the successful
mobile laboratory.
Can you also thank you so much.
Can you also confirm that the 2 classes are ongoing?
The 2 classes are ongoing. I'm appreciating the whole of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of the work they have done uplifting my school, the pace of the school, and 2 other classes and 1 septic tank toilets, 2 toilets of septic tank. I'm very grateful and thankful to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is the power of education. Actually, when we were planning to use this venue, one of the major things in the planning meetings that we noticed was not there was actually washrooms to use during the period. And I think one of the things we decided to do was not only to do washrooms for us when we were The first suggestion was to do mobile toilets, but we said why not do permanent toilets that we can use during our time here and leave for the school when we finally vacate after the 1st of June. So clap for the Ministry of Education and clap for yourselves. A ministry ni fire, si fire.
Thank you very much, Bwana Dennis Itumbi, for your address. Now allow me to invite the PS, Madam Umi, here to be able to make yet again few remarks and close the session. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. God is good, and all the time. Hamjambo. My sister PSS, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, and Dr. Esther Thara Moria. Karibuni sana nyumbani. DI, the one and only trailblazer, Simba or Masimba, the guy who brought this whole idea of thematic week for the national holidays. Karibu nyumbani. Ningependa kurecognize there's an MP in our midst, the MP for Wajir South constituency. Ningependa aje awasalimie kidogo. PS, MP, karibu, Mohamed Ado. That is my MP from Wajir South. Asiposalimiana itakuwa shida nyumbani.
Asante sana PS Umi. Assalamu alaikum. Wageni wote, karibuni Wajir. Tunawakaribisha, and I'm sure you've all felt at home these past few days. I am really, really happy that the topic of education was chosen for the thematic theme for this national holiday, Madaraka Day. I don't have much time to talk. I consider myself one of the biggest supporters of education, not just in my constituency, but anywhere there is education, I am a keen supporter. Actually, I dedicate most of my constituency development fund to bettering learning institutions and also making sure as many as possible of our young generation are educated. It's a work in progress. We've come from far, but we are not yet there. And I believe this symposium is going to go a long way in bringing about new ideas and rejuvenating old ones as well. I really appreciate that you are all here. And I'll just leave it at that. Mheshimiwa PS, thank you very much. There are PSs here who are really, and people, not just PSs, but people who have really assisted us in this journey of trying to better our education. Our PS for TVETs is a champion of ensuring that our TVETs are operating very well. Wajir South TVET, by the way, is free of charge. No one pays a coin. Although we are having difficulty encouraging people, but hopefully very soon we will have graduates who are going to become role models for the rest of the community to see that actually technical education is an integral part of life and that it's a very important thing to have. I mean, the skills. My sister, Dr. Nyangala, very, very supportive all the time. Our DG and many others I see here, our chairman of the Wajir County Education Board. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I might not get to say this very often, but thank you to all of you. We value all the value addition that you do for our constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Super MP, Wajir South, Mohamed Ado. I've been asked to close this forum, and I would like to, first of all, welcome you once again. Karibuni nyumbani. Wajir County 008 is a very lucky county. It's a county that has been picked for Madaraka Day by His Excellency the the President of the Republic of Kenya. Hebu tumpigie rais makofi. You know how many counties so far have got this opportunity? Sio wengi sana. And we're the first county in northern Kenya to have this opportunity. That is not a small thing. And the best part of it is, northern Kenya is known for a lot of negative traits. Traits like drought, traits like terrorism, traits like, a lot of things. But education is where we draw the line. And that is why God has chosen education to be the theme of this Madaraka Day, and we're ecstatic to host the president on Monday here in Wajir County. Tutamkaribisha rais, karibisha. Ati? Watoto wako wapi? Where are the students? Students, tutakaribisha rais. Sema tuletea hii Madaraka Day akatujengea stadium. Mumeona kwanza hiyo stadium nyinyi? Nani anaweza niambia iko na capacity gani? How many seater does that stadium have? One of the students, ukitaka kujibu weka mkono juu. Alafu mimi nitakupanga. Kwani ni wasichana peke yao? Boys, where are you? All right, the girl there. Okay, I'm being mpate mic yule, amba yellowish. I want to see if our students are aware. Yes.
Welcome all the guests who are here today. Thank you very much for this golden chance. It is 10,000. Thank you.
Wow, mpigieni makofi. You see, our children are aware of the development His Excellency the President is taking around this country, and more so Wajir County. And Joe, come. Where's that girl? Come. What's your name? Joe Mbele. Very good. Come. So. What's your name?
Fatuma from the mighty Wajir Girls.
Yes. Umesikia hiyo? Wajir Girls. So, and nitapanga wewe. Unaona msichana amevaa red. Enda kwake.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, and thank you for being aware of what is going on around the country and around your county.
Thank you.
Ngoja. Very good. Dennis Itumbi amesupport sisi na student wetu PS amesupport Esther, PS Nyangala, madaktari wamesimama kwa sababu yako bwana. Congratulations, and thank you for being aware what's going on in the county. Now, it's been an amazing week, a very productive week. Tumeona creativity at its best. We have seen our teachers come out in numbers. TSC, ma principals wote. Mimi ninawashukuru sana. Elias Jama, mwalimu, this is a serious educator. Na amesomesha watu wengi sana. I know him. Kuna DG wetu here. DG, you're doing a very good job. Mpigieni makofi. I was seeing Tar Ogle somewhere. Let me tell you, we have produced and we have the best of the best in Wajir County and the greater Northeastern. Now, I'll delve a little bit, being a PS, into what the government has done so far for us. Ndio tuwe makini kidogo. Mumeona manyumba ziko na magorofa. Have you seen houses that have at least 3 floors? Hapa, somewhere near the museum. Nani ameona? Nani ametengeneza hiyo? Nani? Very good. Tulikuwa tumeona nyumba iko na stairs before na iko na 3 floors. Yani unapanda gorofa. Imagine imeletwa na Rais Ruto. Since independence, let's start from sessional paper number 10 of 1965. Nyinyi mnajua ile kona tulikuwa tumewekwa, watu wa Wajir. Mumuona vile tulikuwa tumefinywa. And the past 3 years, tumeona Northeastern inafunguka. Mandera, Wajir, Garissa. The elephant in the room is usually the road, the Kenha road that comes from Madogashe, Habaswein, Samater, Wajir, going all the way to Tarbach, Kutulo, Mandera. Niwaulize, Hiyo njia imeanzwa ama haijaanzwa? Hii upande ya Kutulo Mandera, hii upande ya Wargadut, imeanzwa ama haijaanzwa? Si imeanzwa? Simuone na macho yenu. Hii si siasa, but it is what we see. We have been promised for many years ya kuwa njia inakuja. Kila mtu akikuja kukampeni, tunaleta njia, ile nyoka nyeusi tunaleta. Lakini tumepata wakati ambayo kuna rais wa kusema na kutenda. Now, the other issue would be, and the MPs here, from Madogashe to Habaswein to Samatar coming on, all the way to Wajir. Hiyo nayo ilikuwa na annuity, it has been lifted, it will be advertised soon, na hiyo inaendelea. Hiyo maneno tutaanza na tutamaliza even before. We'll start it, let me not promise because I'm not the PS for roads, but it will start very soon. And the MP can attest to the fact that annuity has been lifted. Our biggest problem was the annuity. Na tumemaliza hiyo maneno through His Excellency the President. Now, markets zinajengwa hapa. Wajir South, where I come from, zimejengwa. I'm sorry, education might be your shine a little bit, but I'll wind up. We need to appreciate the President because we don't appreciate him enough. Anakuja Wajir. He's landing in Habaswein tomorrow, that is Wajir South, going to Giriftu, going to other parts of Wajir County, then aje hapa hivi Wajir East constituency ndo afanya Madaraka Day. Do you know how vast Wajir County is? Do you understand how vast it is? Si kitu kama uko Nyeri, unachapa hii kona, unachapa ushamaliza constituency, unachapa ushamaliza county. This is a county that is massive. Na ukisema unaenda na gari, hautamaliza in one day. Not even two. So His Excellency the President ametuheshimu because Madaraka Day iko hapa. 2, tumempigia kura na 2027, I am positive we'll support him again because, I mean, he's brought development, right? Aya, wacha niache mambo siasa. Back to education. Education. I am a PS, a girl from the north, the only Muslim lady wearing a hijab in the executive. From the CSs to the PSs. Hebu mnipigie makofi. Na hiyo mamlaka and that golden chance nimepatiwa na rais because he's looked at northern Kenya and realized, listen, yeah, kama ni masomo, hawa wasichana wamesoma. Kama ni wasomo, hawa vijana wamesoma. Na kwa hayo, we were given this opportunity. Culture, arts and heritage is the epitome. It is the foundation of our nation. And without that software as a nation, hakuna pali tunaenda. Our culture, tumeona wasichana wakiperform hapa. Our culture is in our blood. We should be proud of it. You've all traveled. Maybe umeenda nchi nyingine ukaona. There are countries that don't have cultures. Unakuja huku Kenya unaona Wamasai, Waturkana, Wasomali, Wasamburu. Very proud of our cultures. And that is what I hold as a PS. So mmekubali doketi yangu ni doketi ya fire si fire. Sindio? Noma si noma. Very good. Now, education. If I was not educated, singepatiwa sit at that table. If I wasn't educated, I would not be a lawyer today. And my dear sisters, wale wamekaa kule, the students, I want you to know, you can be anything. You can be a PS, but you have to work very, very hard. You have to respect your parents. You have to believe in God. And you have to respect your teachers. Your teachers, unaona walimu, kama sio wao, singekuwepo hapa. Now, thank you so much, PS Beatrice Inyangala. Thank you. Thank you so much, PS Esther Thara. Thank you so much, Dennis Itumbi. Thank you so much, TSC. Thank you so much, all the leadership. The team that is from the national government, from basic education, TVET, and all higher education. I want to thank you. Because maybe the next time we'll have this opportunity, we'll be in another 50 years, we'll be gone, right? I mean, it's now or never, and I'm so proud. You are the talk of the town. Everybody knows there's something ya Masomo. Masomo, elimu, wapi? Wagberi primary. Wagberi. So wax man lisinin hada. Musqula laboratory and liken haya. And that is because of the thematic week, and that is because of devolution. County ya shukuli yankuwe regi haina. Maala hori kitu ya njogni. Waxan ane Kericho. Waxan ane Kwale. Waxan ane had elgeo balo soda. Wajara le imade. And that is thanks to the thematic weeks that we have organized through the chair, Dennis Itumbi, and the steering committee. There's a national steering committee that is also behind this force, chaired by PS Raymond Amolo. Mi ningependa kuwashukuru, and I would like to declare this Education Week closed. Nonetheless, God bless you all, and God bless Wajir County and the greater Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our dear PS, thank you very much. At this point in time, Asante. Allow me, with the permission of PS, to invite a student from Furgan Integrated Academy to make a very short presentation. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, teachers, parents, and fellow learners, good morning. Today I stand before you with great joy and gratitude to appreciate the remarkable work being done by the education sectors by our respectful leaders. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba, Principal Secretary Ummi Bishar, and TCS leadership under Evelyn Mitei. Your dedication and commitment to improving education in Kenya is truly inspiring. Through the introduction and strengthening of the competency-based education system, learners like me are now discovering our talents, building practical skills and gaining confidence in different areas of life. Unlike the old system that mainly focuses on passing exams, CBE helps us become creative thinkers, problem solvers, innovators, and responsible citizens. Today, learners can nurture their abilities in science, arts, sports, technology, music, and many other fields. This gives every child an equal opportunity to succeed according to their strength and passion. We also appreciate the government's efforts in improving classrooms, training and employing teachers, and providing learning materials that support modern education. To our teachers, through TSC leadership, we thank you for guiding us patiently through this transition. Your hard work, sacrifice, and commitment continue to make education better for every education better, enjoyable, and meaningful. As I finish, I would like to sincerely say thank you to all the education leaders under the leadership of CS Julius Ogamba for the tireless effort in making education better for every Kenyan child. May God bless you abundantly. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Wapi makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Hii ni zawadi kutoka mkurugenzi Dennis, hata angalau waweze kupata tone la maji, si ndio? Semeni asante. Asante. Wapi makofi tena. That is what education does. Hakikisha mtoto wako wa kisichana na mvulana ameenda shuleni. Hiyo ni jukumu la kila mzazi.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Say hi to your neighbor. Please say hi to your neighbor. Asante sana. Thank you very much. At this point, we transition now to the panel. And this is very important for us in higher education. We are going to delve in very important subjects, shaping the future through education, innovation, opportunity. And we have two panels. One will handle financing, and the second will handle diplomacy and resilience and patriotism. Let me, at this point, hand over to Dr. Martin Mungai to lead the first, to moderate the first panel discussion. Dr. you're welcome. Could we all rise? Let us all rise. Just walk 1 meter. Just 1 meter and say hi to somebody. 1 meter away from you. Or 2 meters away from you. And say hi to somebody. Aya, asante sana, asante sana. You may be seated now.
Thank you very much. Our MC for the day, Professor Ngala. Our PS, Dr. Beatrice Nyangara. Our PS for TVET, Dr. Amoria. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Hamjambo. Yeah, and Bwana Itubi, karibu sana to this panel discussion that we're going to have this morning on higher education. My name is Martin Mungai, and we'll be delving through the panel discussion guided by the thematics on education, skills, and the future. And I think over the last couple of days, the last 3 days, this has resonated very well with the panelists that we've had, right from basic education, the State Department for Basic Education, through to yesterday where we had a very interesting discussion with the TVET, and today to culminate our discussion panels is the higher education, and the theme is financing the future in the wake of CBE, and we want to deliberate where we are headed as universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now kindly invite the panelists for today's discussion, and I would like to invite them forward to the dais to take their seat. To start us off will be Professor Mugendi from the University of Embu. Kindly let us applaud them as they come to the stage. Professor Daniel Mugendi, who is the Vice Chancellor for University of Embu, and also the Chair of the VC. The second panelist is Dr. Edwin Wanyonyi, who is the Acting CEO, University Fund. Karibu sana. Let's just kindly welcome him to the podium for this discussion. And we also have Professor Romanas Odhiambo, who is a VC, Mary University. Kindly let us applaud these professors as they come up. These are distinguished members of this panel discussion. Kindly take your seats, sir, in front. We also have Professor Solomon Igosangwa Shibairo. We'll be seeing their bios running on the screen. Karibu sana, Prof, who is a VC, Masinde Muriro, University of Science and Technology. And to close for us, that category will be Professor Thomas Kimeri Cheruyot, all the way from the University of Eldoret. Kindly let us appreciate these distinguished professors as they make their way forward. Thank you very much, professors, for coming to this panel. I'm sure the MC will be running the bios of each one of them as we discuss, as we delve into this very important discussion this morning on higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage has been set by none other than the PS of higher education, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, and has prepared the ground, actually, as we discuss, or upon which these two panel discussions will happen, particularly on areas of financing. And when we talk about financing the university education and also the economic returns that can be realized upon there, she has also mentioned something to do with globalization. We cannot live in isolation as a country. The emerging trends, and this was set in her keynote speech, as well as the technological advancement in this, and the resilience. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are all set for this discussion. It's a very high, engaging discussion. And professors who are here, we kindly request, we would love you to share your most essential insight as we discuss this, and still ensure that the general public benefit from your immense knowledge in the areas of your expertise. This discussion panel will also involve us. It will involve you during the discussion. We expect that it is going to be a two-way. Like I said, we have two cohorts. We have panel 1 and we have panel 2 coming in strongly to support the theme, shaping the future through education, innovation, and opportunities. And while we are talking about future, to start us off, the first question, looking at the fourth industrial revolution, the future of university education. Okay. Yes, that will be okay. Let me pick this. Thank you very much. The future of university education is being constantly defined by artificial intelligence, IoT or Internet of Things, big data analytics, virtual and augmented realities. To what extent is your university preparing future-ready graduates on this? And to start us off on this conversation is Professor Mugendi.
Digital transformation are key. So we are talking about big data, analytics, Internet of Things, ERPs that are helping us to transform what we are doing in the universities. And if I can be more specific, the University of Embu, we've taken a lead in that. We've started working on what we call smart classrooms, whereby then most of you understand what smart classrooms are, bringing in, integrating the digital bit of it and things to do with artificial intelligence and many other things. So we are there in that space. And in addition, at the University of Embu, we have also done very many other things that are helping us transform and move into this space. We have people who have come to help us, like Safaricom Foundation that have set as a whole app that again is talking of smart technologies and the way we ought to move into the future, even as we train, especially the Tibet students, on skills and many other things that we are doing. So I would want to say that yes, we are thinking in a very big way on how to transform ourselves to start thinking, to start being futuristic. And I can assure you that the University of Embu is leading in that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Perhaps, Professor Romanos, you could weigh in onto that and add your voice into that particular area.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Diambo, the Vice Chancellor of Meru University of Science and Technology. Meru University of Science and Technology is a technology university. When it comes to digital education, we are the first university to have started a BSc Data Analytics in this country. We have also the BSc E-Commerce, the first of its kind in East and Central Africa. Yesterday I was here in the morning, but I couldn't come here because I was chairing Senate. And we just approved some of these courses which are meant for the future. The first one is the BSc in Data Communication and Networking, the BSc Cybersecurity and Forensic Science, and many, many other digital courses. What we need as we move forward to the future, the language of the future is going to be digital, digital, digital. And that's what we are doing. I'm very grateful to Safaricom. Our chancellor actually comes from Safaricom. One of the programs we are now doing right now is digitizing and enterprising youth. And so they have benefited us with a Center of Industrial Skills and Enterprise Development, what we call the CSED, basically meant to enterprise young people and also to skill them for the diaspora jobs and the job mashinani. You are welcome and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. And Professor Thomas Kimeli, perhaps you could also add something to that as we listen to, there's a mic here next to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Professor Thomas Kimeli, Vice Chancellor of the University of Eldoret. The University of Eldoret has very strong foundation in computer science. It's among the first universities, actually, the most recent universities to have very strong foundation in that area. And therefore, currently we are integrating AI into many other activities. Like, Eldoret is a very breadbasket of the country. We are working with farmers to employ AI to be able to even detect the kind of pests and diseases and so on and so on. So in our programs, we are integrating AI. We are also integrating other technologies to be able to ensure that all students, whether they are doing agriculture, whether they are doing forestry and so on, they are able to go out with AI skills. And therefore, all our programs, we have basic AI skills integrated in these programs. Also, we're ensuring that our space, teaching facilities are also smart, and we are moving forward to ensure that students are able to access a lot of resources, not necessarily on campus, but even where they are staying outside campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And moving away slightly from the digital space and from the fourth industrial revolution, I'd like us now to look at the financing. And there has been misinformation, disinformation about student-centered funding model. I believe Madam Pierce actually mentioned about funding model. So could you please explain to the students and parents, the members of the general public who are here, how the student-centered funding model work? To start us off on this is Dr. Edwin Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. So one of the things that happened in 2022 as this government came into power, one of the transformative changes in higher education was creating a funding framework that is sustainable for higher education. And so the student-centered funding model is designed on the understanding that the most needy students get the maximum support to finance their higher education. And therefore, all students have, the government has an investment in all students, but most needy students get most funding. And who are the key players in this process of higher education financing? There is the government, which gives support in the form of the first part is the scholarship component. And the scholarship comes through the university's fund. There is a loan component which comes through the Higher Education Loans Board. And then there is the household contribution. As you might have seen in the most recent past, the adjustment has been done that the household contribution has actually been retained at the most minimum for some of the courses at 5,000, about 5,900 shillings per semester. Because the household contribution, which is what the parents gives, for the most needy, you actually pay the most minimum. Now, what do we fund under the student-centered funding model for the student? It's important to note that the key thing is to fund tuition for higher education, but also to support the student in their as they join the university through what you get from the higher education loan boards in terms of how upkeep. So the students get an upkeep every semester that keeps them at university. So there should be no excuse whatsoever why we can't carry everybody towards under this new funding model. But then let me deal with some misinformation that we need to understand. One, that students must pay all fees by themselves for higher education. If you look at, and please the students who are here, please listen carefully, and parents, that the first action for a student is to do well in your KCSE. So do very well when you finish your exams in your fourth form. The second step is to make sure that you are placed by COOPs. So the central placement body must place you. Then when you are placed, whether it's in university or in a college, the most critical thing is to apply for funding. Because this funding under this model is to ensure that every student that participates by applying. Once you apply, then you are eligible based on the level of need to receive your support. Now, those parents who are able to pay for fees, of course in full, can pay directly the entire total fees. But the government has made it possible that the most needy doesn't miss out a chance to join university because of funding. The second misconception, that all students receive the same amount of funding. Now, because I've said we are looking at the most, those who are in most need, then those ones who are in most need will get the highest level of funding. And let me give you a very practical example. If you have a student who has the most need, you'll get the scholarship component, giving you 55% of tuition. You get the loan component, giving you 35% of the scholarship, and the household only pays 10%. Please tupigie rais makofi. You'll be very surprised that under the differentiated unit model, all students were paying about the same amount of money. So you find per semester, even the most needy is required to pay 30,000, 40,000 per semester. Now, the most needy actually pays as low as 5,900 shillings per semester. And this has never happened before. This is the first time it's happening in our country. And therefore, it tells you that in terms of the model, it's looking at making sure that no one is left behind, everybody's carried. The third misconception, that the vulnerable families are disadvantaged. That is not true. In fact, if you look at the heart of this model, the vulnerable families are the ones that will give the maximum level of support. And I've given you an example, that if you're coming from a vulnerable family, for example, you're doing medicine, then you know 55% of your support for medicine is coming from scholarship. You will not be required to pay that money. It's government investment in the student. The second component is the loan component, which now is pegged at 35%. Remember that in some cases, the loan component will take you up to a total of 50 to 60%. But this has been reduced to a low of 35 to enable you to have a better start in life. And therefore, the 10% contribution as a family is your minimum contribution as a household. So if you look at the funding model, at the heart of it is ensuring that no student is left behind.
Thank you, Dr. Wanyonya. I know this is a very pertinent issue, and I know you'll be talking about, sustainability of this later. But allow me now to invite Professor Solomon Shibairo to actually, as the governments continue to face increasing physical pressure of the universities, how are you innovating in financing, particularly beyond the student-centered funding model, to shape your university into a university of the future?
Thank you very much. Thank you, PSS. My name is Solomon Igosangwa Shibairo. I want to begin by saying, by the grace of God, we are one of the universities that have really benefited from the new funding formula. Madam Moria, P.S. and Itumbi, by the grace of God, we are one of the universities that do not owe anybody anything. We are paid our debtors. We are doing well so far. I'm not saying we have too much money, but we are able to survive, pay our lecturers, and ensure programs are going on. So we are happy because of the new funding formula. Now, among the secrets we have in getting funding, one is that we have quality in terms of programs and even the teachers themselves. You heard PS, our honorable PS, mentioning the most popular programs. We have all of those. We begin with the health sciences. Fortunately for us, we also include engineering, education, and others. So many students have joined our university because of those popular programs. And between the last 3 years, we moved from 17,000 students to 27,000 students. Because of that, we attract more funding. We continue collaborating with UFB and HELP. One of the secrets I found was that to give him good data. You know, you can have 27,000 students, but he only has data for 16,000. So the difference, 11,000, go to class freely. That is happening. I've ensured that all my students pay their fees. On that line of funding formula, I want to thank the parents, the household level. We have ensured that they pay all their fees. And that has helped the finance students in the university. Over and above this, you asked me what are we doing over and above UFB and help for financing. We have internationalized our university a great deal. For example, our research portfolio has greatly increased. This year we had planned for a certain amount of research. By March, the professors had worked so hard that our research portfolio was contributing 201% of what we had planned. This is research. And you know, as research comes in, we benefit from equipment, we benefit from finances, we employ people around because of that. Then number two, we are commercializing in innovations. If you are at KICC, you notice that Masinde Muliro did very well in innovations. And they are here too. When you go to the tent, you'll find us there. We have had several innovations, but we want to go beyond that in terms of commercialization. We know we will benefit from what we acquire. We believe through commercialization, we'll get more funding. Then internationalization, just friendship in terms of pedagogy and so on. We have had friends where we have exchange in terms of staff, students and the like. So the number of international students that have joined our university has also tremendously increased. So we believe that will help us. Then finally, through income generation activities. We have a few in the compound. We are not getting much, but the trend is improving. There are some activities we do that bring us income, for example, in agriculture, in medicine, and even in engineering in terms of fabricating doors and the like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof, for that very detailed explanation into that. Perhaps, Professor Mugendi, you could, share your experiences on this, the same as Professor Solomon. What about, how does it go about at the University of Embu?
Thank you very much, MC. Yes, for a long time, we've been heavily dependent on government to fund the universities. But as we all know, that stream is withering. And therefore, as universities, we've been forced to think very hard and to think out of the box, as they normally say. And therefore, we are bringing in other income streams to help fund our operations and our activities in the universities. And indeed, my brother, Professor Shibairo, has mentioned many of them in his university. We also have similar endeavors at the University of Embu. For example, the issue of research and grant writing. What we've done is we've trained our lecturers to be able to hone their skills in grant writing, and we do this almost every semester. And as a result, then they have been able to bring in a lot of money in grants. And therefore, that is helping us run the university. Of course, grants, when they come, they are specific. But as the researchers do what they are doing with the grants given, then they are also helping us meet our university obligations. And also the overhead administrative costs that we charge on those grants then help us with the administration in the funding the operations of the universities. So that is one. The other one is, of course, innovation and the commercialization. At the University of Embu, we have developed a product known as Clarkfox. And again, if you walk in the exhibition booths, it's there and you see it. And we are in the process of commercializing that product. And very soon we'll be able to hit the markets. We've gotten all the necessary approvals, including CAPS and other approvals that are needed, so that we can get that product as a cement, that product into the markets. And we hope that is going to be a game changer for the University of Embu. So that is another way of generating income for the university. Of course, income generating activities, we've been very aggressive, like at Embu, University of Embu, we have formed what we call an ING unit that is aggressively marketing the universities, and we use the universities as a center and destination where people can come, own the conferences, own the meetings, renting out our grounds, because University of Embu is very beautiful. And sometimes you might look for a ground on a weekend and you can't get, because they are all booked for weddings and things like that. And we charge some good money, like 50,000 per field.
Thank you, Prof.
And we are making some good money. So there are many ways that we are being innovative, so that then we can keep surviving.
Thank you, Prof. I know you can continue on this, but I kindly allow Professor Kimeli, you just share your experiences, particularly on this area. And also mention something to do with globalization and commercial. He's talked about commercial to research commercialization, on that area.
Thank you very much. University of Embu is also we are in that space. We have introduced the embryo transfer, because farmers are really in need of very good breeds which are not easily available. So we work with other partners to be able to make very good breeds available to them, Avas and even other breeds. Number two,
We have also other partners that we work with, international collaborations and partnerships. Yes. We are working with other partners for PPP so that we are able to harness those resources. For example, we want to solarize our university so that we save on the funds that we are using to pay for electricity. And we are trying to engage, of course, through the support of our ministry and the National Treasury to be able to work with partners out there. We are also ensuring that every department, every unit is thinking about how to generate resources from their own research. For example, if they are good in a particular area, how do they manage to commercialize whatever they have using their skills to be able to get resources. And finally, it's also critical to say that the innovations that we have, like for example, we are coming up with our ERP, which we are not buying from anybody, but we are developing using our own experts. And we are finalized, we have tested, and it responds very clearly with university education. For example, we have integrated with HELP, we have integrated with COOPS, we have integrated with all other partners so that the data we have is the data they have. And we are going to market it to all the other universities. And finally, Madam P.S. Tivet yesterday was looking for a technology that will enable the women to go and work in smart things and leave out taking care of the fields because of bats. University of Eldoret has that technology that was developed by students where it is using some sensors to be able to chase the bats away.
Thank you, Prof. And now that we have heard from the professors on this side, and we want also to hear a voice of the student, particularly on the area of the skills and the competencies that they gained. And in our midst, we do have university students from the University of Garissa, and we have representation also from Masinde Muliro University. So I would kindly request that maybe the student from the University of Garissa, where are you? Over there. And perhaps maybe you could tell us whether or how, or are you confident that the skills and the competencies that you gain from a university will enable you be a future-ready graduate who is adequately prepared to meet the challenging dynamics in the labor market?
Okay, thank you.
Kindly, you can tell us your name and...
Okay, thank you. My name is Amir Osman Kiai, all the way from Garissa University. I'm a third-year student pursuing Bachelor of Education Science, combination physics and computer. And yes, why should I not be confident? The university actually, it has helped me, it has equipped me not only academic knowledge, but also it has given me the opportunity to transform that knowledge that I get in the university to a practical solution. When I say practical solution, I mean I have been able, for example, I've been able to innovate, to come up with a solution for these pastoralists. This university is located in northeastern region, and the main economic activity there is pastoralism. So I have came up with an innovation to bridge the gap between the seller or the herder to link these two people, the herder and the buyer of these livestock, without the middlemen, because the middlemen take or exploit these pastoralists. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate that young man. I think we also have another university student from Masinde Muliro. Okay. She's over here. And kindly tell us whether you feel that whatever you get from the university is actually meeting the demands out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I go by the name Ruth Kemuto Ziko. I'm coming from Bomet University. I'm the school president. Wow. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Education with special needs education. So I can confidently contribute that The skills and competencies I am gaining at university are preparing me for the future job market through academic learning, practical training, research, digital literacy, teamwork, communication, and leadership opportunities. I have developed abilities that are relevant to today's rapidly changing world. However, I believe university should continue strengthening industry partnership and innovation programs so that they can remain competitive in the evolving labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate that, student. As we come back here, I think professors, you've heard from the students, and even as we progress, particularly on areas of sustaining and ensuring that these students stay in class, from the University Fund, Dr. Wanyonyi, the student-centered funding model has expanded access. You've actually been able to see that. But questions on sustainability remain. I think you just touched on it a little bit. How are you innovating in mobilizing additional resources?
Thank you. Again, you know, this opportunity is good, so I need to emphasize a few things, even as I go to the sustainability. For the parents and students, that as the government is putting in an investment in terms of financing the education, there is the responsibility part as a household contribution. And it's been reduced significantly so that most households are actually carried forward. But in terms of sustainable financing, we receive our significant support from the government, so from the National Treasury. Combined between the HELB loan and the university fund in terms of scholarship, we provide close to 80 to 90% of the funding. And then there is what the households contribute. But we know that, again, look at statistics. In 2017, the number of students who are eligible to join the university were only about 76,000. Last year, the 2025 cohort, there are 245,000 students. If you look at the growth in number, it's actually 300% growth. Now, let's come from 2022 to current. You again notice that progressively every year, our numbers have been increasing. So the demand for education, and particularly higher education, and here when I talk about higher education, this time I'm adding both TVET and university. Because we have funding, which is scholarship for higher education. We have TVET funding for TVETs in terms of scholarships. And then we have higher loans board that gives you loan for both TVET and for university education. Now, there are a couple of things that we are doing beyond what we are getting from government. On the HELP side, there is now a conversation of how to raise an additional money in terms of securitizing what is being collected as loans to support students that go to for higher education. And that is an advanced stage. And for those of you who are in the education session in Naivasha, the president actually made a commitment. He's keenly following on this particular one because it will be also transformative for us because there will be additional resources available. The second bit is through the universities fund is engaging the private sector. Now, we've had sessions, for example, with the Family Bank, with Safaricom Foundation, with the Equity Bank, because they give in terms of funding to these students. We also give them in form of scholarships. Now, we are agreeing to coordinate our data so that in terms of funding, we get to know a student doesn't get overfunded while another student is not funded. So the first thing is, in terms of rearranging ourselves, is to get the corporate to actually inform us who are they funding. We get to know that bit so that even as we are giving out our scholarships, we know. Because the most interesting things is you find one student who is funded from scholarships, he's funded by a corporate, he's funded by the county government, He's funded by the MP. And yet there's another student who is actually needy. We've given them the full scholarship, we've given them the help loan, but their household contribution they are struggling to support. And so we also creating order so that that part happens. The third part, which is most critical, is working with development partners. We're already having conversations with some of our partners to identify the children with disabilities so that we can have additional support as part of from scholarship, but their household contribution is paid for by some of our development partners, and also providing more scholarships for these students. And our main focus at this particular stage is those ones joining at the bachelor's level, beginning, because we have the greatest number, and those that are joining from the TVET level at the lowest level, because again, we said no students is left behind. So we work with you the entire journey until you complete.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanyonyi. And coming over to Professor Odhiambo, how are you balancing funding from the National Treasury, the National Treasury, private sector, development partners? I've had household being mentioned over and again, contribution to move your university towards a university of the future. Professor Romano.
Thank you very much. At MUST is Meru University of Science and Technology, we have intentionally transformed our RISE directorate into what we call RISE. RISE means research, innovations, commercialization, and exhibition. That is community outreach. So one of the things we are doing is basically doing research which intentionally is geared towards developing a product which is sellable to the community. And I do invite you to our booth today. For this community, we do a lot of research in Gambia milk, the Gambia milk, and we have a lot of products, be it probiotic yogurt, be it the meat that traditionally we have been making and working with it for 6 months without getting wherever. Now we have a very, very powerful patented product that we can actually, you can use here. We have, again, I know most Kenyans don't appreciate Mira, but we have one of the best Mira-infused bag. And I invite you to our booth. You take it in the morning, and you can work up to 4 p.m. And then after that, you go and sleep. I invite you. And already we have found a venture capitalist that is trying to massify the production for that. But this is something coming from our concept of RISE, that you do not just do research for the sake of it, but there must be an impact that is going to the community. That's one thing. The other thing that we have done intentionally, and I've tried to do it the last 7 years I've been in Meru University, is working with industries. Like we are good here, my friend, Professor Mugendi. We are good in working with Equity. We are good in working with Safaricom. And these and many, many other people that run foundations. And this, we have specifically put a team under the vice chancellors that do write proposals and bring these people together. This is powerful. This is working. The last one that we are doing is about working with people out of Kenya. The diaspora opportunity is big and very, very attractive. And so what we have done again under the concept of research and diaspora connectivity is basically to have teams that work together to see how we can get money being appropriated by the international community, like the Horizon Africa, Europe. Those ones you can only get if you work with them. So creating a link with foreign universities and having team working together is working. It's something cooking, is something moving on, and is something that shows real potential for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Romano Odhiambo. And now maybe, perhaps, because I would also want us to hear also from another quarter, particularly on matters planning for the students in the disadvantaged areas. Amidst our audience, we have the NATCOM CEO, Dr. Jogu. Perhaps maybe you could, in 2 minutes, say what you're doing. Is here in front?
Thank you very much, moderator. You have mentioned my name. My name is James Njogu. At National Commission for UNESCO, we do quite a number of things, especially with regard to education diplomacy, where we speak about the international conventions, especially under education. For instance, the Global Convention on Education, which very much emphasizes on labor mobility and other related qualification that would enable Kenyans to work anywhere. When we talk about diplomacy, for instance, we are talking about the soft power, where we negotiate, including for regional conventions, and we are able to have, say, for instance, exchange programs. Some of our professors, I included, are beneficiaries of exchange because my PhD was under Mo University and the University of Amsterdam. Apart from that, we have numerous partnerships, both bilaterals and maybe even direct between institutions, institutional collaborations, and maybe cooperations. So we have quite a lot that we do, even with regard to university chairs under UNESCO, where we have, in Kenya currently, we have 12 chairs, which are very, very active, deriving benefit for the student and the institution directly, and most professors here are involved in them, and we highly appreciate with regard to that. I think that's a brief snapshot of what we do. Otherwise, we do a lot under other programs. That is only under education. Thank you, Bwana Mongai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jogu, even for weighing in into this conversation.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt your bit, but there is something that actually concerns me, and I would want to hear from each of the universities, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just maybe a two-liner on the new funding model. What I would want to understand, because I face this on a daily basis, and so does the president, does it work? And if it works, what's the comparison of the DUC times and now? Is it true what the president keeps saying about that DUC, by the time we replaced it with the NFM, it was not working, universities were collapsing, and what's the feeling now in the universities? Where are we? Just in 2 lines for each of the universities so that we save on your time and get back to...
Yes, thank you, Dennis, actually for opening that, because now we're coming to the floor for questions. So this is professors. So over to you.
Thank you very much. This is again Odhiambo, Meru University. Before the new funding model, Meru University was running a deficit budget. That means at the end of the year, what you have spent, you actually don't have it. And we really want to thank the national government for evolving and initiating the student-centered funding model. Immediately it came in, the first year, actually, I just broke away from the deficit budget. That I can tell you, and we had quite a number of things. We were almost getting to a point where we deduct you, Itumbi, your payee, and we don't submit to KRA. We were almost in a position where you have taken loan. It's a personal responsibility you have with the bank. We deduct it, but we don't submit it. Today, we are real time. At a salary ambao nililipa last week, nimelipa kila kitu. That is courtesy of the new funding model. However, Kenyans, we have a problem. I think every year, and my boss, the PS, did talk about here, that now we have almost 700 students. When we started, I think it was about 400 students. And every year, Itumbi, this number is increasing. Lakini chakula ugali ni ile tu. So this causes a problem, and we need to appreciate this. And there has to be ways in which ugali ambao tunachukua kila mtu should be increased. And I think the president, through his government and our peers here, and all of us who are assembled here, that is our responsibility, that we need to see how we sustain that going forward. But I can tell you, for me, in Mary University, I'm excited about it because I don't owe any of my staff a problem money. I don't owe any bank money. I don't care. Even if I see KRA, I'm not afraid of them. God bless you.
Professor Shibairo, perhaps maybe you could also respond to that, in a summary.
Just like I said, by the grace of God, we don't owe anybody anything, and we have never owed, especially when new funding formula came in. There are 3 streams of money: UFB, help, and a household. Itumbi. Household, that is parents and others, have been so good. Using the university policy of getting all the fees from students, they have been able to remit all their money. But the other side of UFB and help, because of small challenges in terms of the increasing numbers. In the first year, we were funded 100% of help. But this year, the amount that's coming from help is about 5 so far percent. It's better than DUC, which used to be 35%. So there's that deficit of 45%. For UFB, we are even much behind. I only have 38% of his finances. And I've been talking to him. He's telling me that by the end of the year, I'll have gained 60% and above. That I can survive with. So that's the small challenge we're having. We wish we could close that gap. And we thank the government for introducing many universities all over the country. Even I believe Wajir here should have something. That's getting education to all Kenyans. Education has never let anybody down. But as we do that, we also must increase the size of the ugali. Just that, as he said it, the size of the ugali. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Kimeri, maybe to respond to DAI's question.
Thank you very much. For me, because already my colleagues have spoken on, I want to say that before the new funding model, our PE, that is personal emoluments, were at around 81%. But now, it is at 61%, which means we are now able to do other things other than just paying salaries. So we want to thank the government for the new funding model. And also, of course, since we increased our student in the last 3 years from 11,000 to now 18,000 and going forward, now that the resources are very, very sufficient to run efficient and effective programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, I also want to talk about the new funding model, Mr. Dennis Itumbi, and also the University of Embu experience. I would want to talk first. I would want to say globally that by June 2023, before we started the new funding model, we added 23 universities out of the 38 public universities then that were technically insolvent, because then we had accumulated a lot of debt, and for those, it meant they were spending more than their revenue. So 23 of them were technically insolvent. But the new funding model, when it was launched in 2023 in July, by 2024 in June, the 23 universities that were insolvent, we had already removed 13 of them out of insolvency. We had only 10 remaining that then we hoped will be able to come out in the coming few years. I'll come to that shortly. For University of Embu, by 2023 June, I owed my staff 148 million in terms of unpaid salary arrears. When the CMBA was introduced 2 years earlier, I was not able to move my staff to the new salaries because I had no money to pay. Otherwise, then, if I did that, what would have happened is I would then have started not able to pay KRA, not able to pay NSSF, pension, and things like those. Because many of the universities, then that's what they do. They just pay the net salary because they don't have enough resources, they don't have enough money to cover the gross salary. So the little money that they have, then they pay the net. And then you find then pension is not paid, pay is not paid, and other deductions are not paid. So for University of Embu, we chose to do it differently. We kept our lecturers in their own salary. We didn't move them into the two salaries for 2 years. But then with the new funding model, 2023, we were now able to put them to the new salaries, and we paid all those arrears that we owed them. And up to now, we've been moving that way. University of Embu, we don't owe anybody any coin. We have no pending bills. We have no issues with the pensions, with the pension. We have no issues with the KRA. We have no issues with our suppliers. When they supply, we are able to pay them promptly. And that's how we have been surviving. But I want to say, the new funding model really is a panacea is a savior for the universities, and it's a very good model. The challenge that we have now is remittances from the exchequer. If now we want to know where the challenge is, Mr. Dennis, that the exchequer is not providing enough resources to cover the entire requirement. So if it's the money that UF needs for university scholarship, you hear from 2023, the numbers have been increasing. Every year, the numbers are increasing 50%. But the budget that is given to universities funding board and the money that is allocated to help is constant. It's not moving, but the numbers are moving. So that is where the challenge is. But if you are in Naivasha, you know that His Excellency committed himself and pronounced publicly that he is dealing with that and on. And that's why we are talking of secular difficult one. Yes, that one. So, and many other things. So I think if we are able to work on the issue of the remittances and the increase of exchequer, then this is a perfect model compared to DUC. It cannot be any better than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are getting very positive
maybe I can just add
response. Okay, for the sake of time, okay. Maybe 1 minute as we go back to the PS.
Yeah, just to add, I think in terms of the funding model, the universities have spoken. But because we also interact with the students in the application process, the new funding model requires that the student must declare the correct information as they apply. Why? Because we want to identify the most needy so that we give them the maximum support as government investment. Now, we've had cases where students don't declare the truth, which therefore then means that you miss out the opportunity of getting your full support. And we've had cases where they say, you know this student is coming from a needy family, but how come they never received their full scholarship? And the simple answer is, how did you make your application? You discover that they never provided the supporting documents. For example, you're saying that your parents are deceased and there's no death certificate provided. We can't be able to guess. Number two, that your family has a person with a disability, which is a method for us. We need to have that evidence. With that integrity of data, it means that the most needy will get the highest support. So there's an additional responsibility that is moving, not only from the funding side, but also from the applicants and parents to help the students that they provide that information as it is. If you provide all the information, for sure, if you are most needy, you will get the maximum level of funding support from government.
Thank you, Dr. Wanyonyi. Now we can hear from the PS, Dr. Beatrice Inyangara, on the same.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mungai. We would need to understand the new funding model from like two sides of the same coin. So on the one side, we have the three pillars, the loans, the scholarships, and the household, and determining the financial capacities of families based on which we allocate resources. So that's the model. And that model, like you have heard from the Vice Chancellors, even students, it's working perfectly. Now, the other side of the model, the other side of the coin, is the exchequer, release of funds. So again, how does the exchequer release funds? Funds are released as taxes are collected, as you and I pay the taxes. So it is not possible, for example, whatever amount of money, if it is 100 billion that help requires, to be disbursed at the same time. This money is disbursed monthly as the taxes are collected. That is why you can hear the Vice Chancellor saying, I am at 60%, I'm at 80%. So there should be clarity on the fact that we have a model that works and we have a financing mechanism that involves collecting and disbursing money gradually.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, for weighing onto this weighty matter. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have to come to a hard stop, but before we do that, I'll quickly just do one final message from the VCs in front here, particularly on the employability of the candidates. And yes, PS. Dr. Moria also has something to say. So, and even as we wait, you could just be thinking about that as our final exit thought on this discussion.
Just in perfect agreement with my sister here. The funding model is actually perfect because it is student-centered. And when we got into the student funding, the new funding model space, for us in Tibet, the numbers grew from 350 to 850,000. Why? Because the students would come into the institutions, and I'm not talking about the ones in the universities. I am talking about the ones in these institutions. So even the ones they have in the universities are still mine. But anyway, what we are saying is that the numbers grew tremendously because the funding model is requisite for this space and the space where I sit. So we are all in perfect agreement that yes, the funding model, Dennis, is perfect. What we need to increase for the benefit of Professor Odhiambo is the ugali. Because once the numbers grew, like they tremendously grew for my space, then we need to increase the space of funding, the funding model, so that we can be able to run with it. And before I put the mic, that is for the funding. I want to agree with something very pertinent that Professor Odhiambo said, that we do research with an end in mind. For the longest time, Professor, even when I lived with you in the university, we did research, a lot of research. I think much of it, which the question is, what are we doing with this research? But if now, as universities, as Tibet, we do research with an end in mind. Tunataka kufanya hii research ndio tusaidie community yetu namna gani. Then we are going to be, and I am excited at what you said, like that even in this space, you are doing research based on how are we going to help this community get forward with the research that we are doing. Doing researches now to put that research on the shelves is a thing of the past. And once we are able to stay there, then we are going to be able to plummet this country to higher grounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I'm sure that we've heard a lot about the alternative, or rather complementary sources of funding for our universities. But this conversation would not be complete. A conversation on the new funding model, the student-centered funding model, would not be complete without emphasizing the fact that our president has been very proactive in addressing the funding gap that we alluded to. We were all in Naivasha during the education conference when our president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, said that he is going to work closely with the State Department and the Higher Education Loans Board to analyze the options that we have for securitizing the loan book so that we can increase capitation for help tremendously. And in that case, whatever will be required will be disbursed accordingly. And we have confidence that our president will deliver on this promise.
Thank you. I see
Finally,
Dennis has something to add to that. Yes.
Mine is on help. I get concerned when help says, data like death and, death of parents is coming from the student. I think also for integrity of data, the birth and death registry is now digitized. So I think we should, I know there is some problem there, but I think we should also feed into it so that we're not relying on the student when they feel the integrity is obvious from the automation. The same with the sacking of parents who are not working, they're not on salary. It's automated from the KRA side so that we are able to have more data that is, the data we require for our AI unit to work is automated so that then the student has very little input to put in for integrity and funding.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe let me just just 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute on that.
And thank you, Bwana Dennis, for saying that. I think we many times miss to say this. So we have done a lot of data validation now that is happening. For example, the moment you key in your ID, we are now connected to BRS. So automatically it pops out. And in the first year, we had a challenge of students who are not at the age of 18, who didn't have IDs, putting their parents' ID. And therefore, when we came to process, we were unable to disburse their funds. Now that problem doesn't exist because automatically it links to BRS. We also linking the same to the deaths that happen. So again, you key in, you will be required to key in your number, and then it pops out, it tells you. So there's significant improvement going on behind the scenes, that there's a bit of data validation that's happening. Now, that has been a significant improvement. That's why I think Madam PS mentioned that in the last request, we had no complaints because we are using data validators much more. But we encourage, as part of the integrity process, we were encouraging that they put in the documents, but I agree. We need to do much more of our AI, and there are many more data validators that we've added, including for agriculture, including for revenue that will be supporting in our processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clearly, this is a conversation that needs more time, and we cannot do justice to the short time that we have. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to wrap up on this. And to wrap us up on this with a hard stop will be Professor Kimeli, particularly on the message to the graduates out there seeking jobs.
Thank you very much on behalf of our universities, and we want to thank our State Department led by our able PS, Dr. Petris, and the Ministry at large, and His Excellency the President for the support that we have been receiving. We want to urge our graduates that as they finish or as they prepare to finish, because others are still also finalizing, we are preparing them. We are preparing them for the market. We are preparing them for entrepreneurship. That is why we are having innovation in our universities. And we are prepared them also with the skills that they need, soft skills, because it's not just the hard skills we have done. So our universities are ready. We are preparing them, and they will be very, very received there in the market. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we have to do a hard stop. We have the next cohort to come in. And so I'd like to request the professors to kindly step forward and like to humbly request Dennis, Dr. Moria, Dr. Beatrice Nyagara to join the panelists here for a photo as we exit the stage.
Let's rise for 1 minute. Don't join in that dance.
Thank you very much. Before we go on or proceed to the next stage, I would like to ask the technical staff to be able to give us yet another short video clip, and then we move on to the next. Meanwhile, may I request Dr. Onyonyi to approach this place.
The new funding model, popularly known as the student-centered funding model, because it supports students directly rather than sending block funding to universities. It is the transformation in funding university education. This model is resilient. It has withstood all the pressures and stood up to shine.
Being a member of the new funding model review committee, a committee that was formed by His Excellency the President, so that we can have a conversation on how we will change this model. When comrades come up with issues, I think we have to appreciate what the ministry is currently doing. They have been having a lot of conversations with the youths, having a lot of conversation with comrades, and I must say that the new funding model is a work on review.
This year, after the refinement of the model, there was not a single appeal. All the students were satisfied with their allocation.
During its rollout, we had quite a number of challenges. It is normal for when you're transitioning from even transitioning in life from one season to another, there are challenges in the transition.
It's no longer the elephant in the room. It is the transformation.
Okay, my name is Baden Mutwiri. Yeah, nimetoka mbali nyumbani. The government funding imenisaidia sana. Mostly, I come from a background ambao nasapotiwa na mzazi mmoja, imenisaidia. Me as a first year student, I appreciate the government and the resources of EMBO that I'm good in education and I'm ready to start.
So the MTIs now have it is more durable and it is more transparent, where students are allocated the amount they need and what the household can offer to pay. Actually, before the first years reported, late August, a week or two before they reported, the funds had already been disbursed. So this shows that the government has really prioritized education.
With the leadership of His Excellency the President, we managed to crack the riddle of fees for university programs. And the fees came down. It really came down. Now, the cost of medicine in the first and second year is actually comparable to the cost of any Bachelor of Science degree. 670,000 students in all our public and private universities at the moment. And the 5 most popular courses are medicine, nursing, law, ICT-related course, and guess what? Education. When we look at the market, we don't confine ourselves to the local market. We are looking at many opportunities. We are looking at kazi mitandaoni, business process outsourcing, where our graduates undertake assignments online. We are working collaboratively with international partners and our local experts to develop a competency-based education and training framework. This framework is holistic. It defines the profile of the student to enter university to undertake various programs. It defines the content that will be covered. It defines the graduation expectations to be met. For now, universities are undertaking discrete activities, working on reviewing the curriculum. Because in the past, it was always take your notes and read them back. Right now, the question is education for what?
My name is Faiza Bashir,
a student from Garissa University pursuing Bachelor of Information Science. I developed a hospital management system to modernize healthcare. This system helps the patient to book and manage appointments online. Doctors can also access schedules and administrators monitor hospital operations.
Chuka University is proud to produce eco-friendly and sustainable sanitary pads made from banana fibers, the Banana Girl sanitary pads. Through the circular and economic model, we build a future through education, innovation, and opportunities for green circular jobs for young people. Chuka University, knowledge is wealth.
Kenya is set to join the League of the Semiconductors Manufacturers and Exporters following a deal that has been signed to set up a facility at Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park in Nyeri County. An Australian developer of green supply chain infrastructure and semiconductors technologies LLC are investing in 14.85 billion shillings in construction of the facility.
It was established in August 2023, so that is, slightly just 2.5.
Yes.
Yeah.
And 24,000, that's exponential growth.
Yes, it has 9,000 degree program students and 15,000 students enrolled in short courses.
Okay.
And it has 24 programs in total. Yeah, so that's huge.
Wow.
Yes, and we also have students from 54 countries across the world, in Africa and beyond.
Nothing says bottom up better than an open University of Kenya that gives everybody a chance. It is indeed, in again my very honest submission, the people's university. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you can be in class in a university by simply logging in.
Sifa kwa Yesu. Amen. Sifa kwa Yesu. Unaweza. Unaweza Yesu. Unaweza.
Basi, asante sana. We are moving on to the next session where we are going to discuss matters, education, diplomacy, patriotism, and resilience. But Madam PS and colleague PS, we cannot conclude the first session without talking about the one and only Garissa University, the only university that is in this part of the country. And I want to say clearly that the President of the Republic of Kenya has done quite a lot in placing that university in this part of the world. Please let us appreciate the President for enabling us to have Garissa University. It is in this university where we have 25 innovations and students are doing well in that university. We'll talk about that later. Allow me now to bring to you Dr. Edwin Wanyonyi, the acting CEO of and Director General, University Fund, and of course to lead the next session. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, continue to thank you for being patient. Let us listen to the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Please, let's give him a hand of applause, please. Thank you. Good, so we are going to the next panel on our session, and we are going to be discussing about diplomacy, resilience, and the future. But before we do that, I invite you all to be upstanding. I have noticed that the weather can be a little bit tough for people. And therefore, let's sing our favorite song when we went to school, but make it gently so that you don't burn a lot of heat, you know. So we are going to do that thing. Head, shoulder, knees. And you sing with me, please, all right? And since I have noticed that my bosses are here, you know, in case you do it very well, I might humbly ask the boss to remember you in a way. So can we do this? Knees and toes.
excuse I see you would make a horrible choir. Now, let's justify why we are here by making ourselves the best choir ever. So we are going to sing it all together. Head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulder, knees and... Oh, clap for yourselves. The only shocking part is I will not mention which professor. He was actually holding his shoulder for eyes. This is the challenges of being a professor. You have so much. So please, let me invite on stage our next panel. And the first one to join us on stage is Professor George Chemingnwa, VC Turkana University. Makofi kwake tafadhali. The next is Professor Hussein Gulicha, DVC Masinde Muliro University. Makofi kwake. The third is Professor Charles Mutai, VC Bomet University. Makofi kwake. And the fourth, Dr. Samuel Chege, Registrar Academic, Chuka University. Then we have, the challenge is when you sit among professors and doctors, you also acquire one. Elias Juma, County Education Board Member, Karibu. The final one, to join us, he will come and share my seat, is Professor Shitanda from Seku. Karibu sana, Prof. So I will go straight into the questions, and starting with the DVC most. Prof, your first question is, universities are preparing to transition into the PC, competency-based education, and transition to admit the candidates in 2029. How are you aligned in terms of curriculum to address these issues of resilience and patriotism among university students? Prof, the opportunity is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Hussein Golicha. When I'm in Wajir here, I consider myself the son of the soil because I just come from across the border from Marsabit County. Welcome to Wajir. First of all, in the previous panel and in our discussions here, we have been talking about CBC coming to universities in 2029. But the truth of the matter is the universities have already gone to CBC in our secondary schools. From my university, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, the School of Education, the staff, as we speak, the lecturers, the professors are out in the field assessing our teachers who are teaching those CBC students. So CBC is already visited by universities. In preparing for the arrival of those who have completed the senior school to join us, Masinde Muliro University formed a standing committee in the Directorate of Curriculum Development and Curriculum Review. And it is a standing committee which will run
until those students come, and we will keep going. This preparation involves, first of all, the institutional preparedness. Are we prepared? The institutional preparedness could be split into two, what we may call the hardware preparedness and the software. The hardware is the infrastructure, the type of classrooms. We have heard here that under CBC, we would like to have that classroom of the future, the smart classroom. That is the infrastructure, the hardware part. Now, the software part is the curriculum, and that is where the question is based. The curriculum preparation involves the content preparation and also aligning the existing curricula to suit CBC, and at the same time develop new curricula. These new curricula, for that matter, regarding patriotism and being ready for the process, we will need to prepare students in mandatory courses. Presently, universities have what we call common courses. These common courses include communication skills, digital skills, quantitative skills, these sort of things. But for CBC, we are preparing to have mandatory courses on, for example, patriotism, national values, constitutionalism. This sort of preparation is what we are targeting as far as curriculum review and alignment is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. In the same spirit, I invite Dr. Samuel Chege, please, if you can give your input on the same question.
Thank you very much for that. So my name is Dr. Samuel Chege, the Registrar in charge of Academic Affairs, Chuka University. I was sent here by my Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutembei, who said a goodwill message to our PS. And our university, Chuka University, is the only prophetic university in Kenya where we have an academic mountain where students come there, they learn, and they go to influence and impact the society. So to come to the question on how prepared are we as a university to receive the first CBE cohort in 2029. So roadmap number one, faculty development through curriculum design and review. That is number one. Number two is what the Vice Chancellor has now introduced as the Vice Chancellor Innovation Kitty. Because we are nurturing, when you look at the CBC, it is focusing on the learner-centered, especially on innovation. How are we going to nurture these students, those with innovation? So the VC has started the Vice Chancellor's Innovation Kitty to nurture those students who have very good innovation. Then number three is what we call the experiential learning. The Vice Chancellor again has started a center for data analytic, whereby the curriculum now is designed towards the fourth industrial revolution, whereby the students we require not now transfer of knowledge, but where we have capability activation. And that is why we are designing that curriculum to that end, to make sure that the student we are having are those students that can be creative, have innovative ideas. If those innovative ideas are nurtured, they will have an impact to the society. And to that effect, we have one of our students with an innovation output called the Madaraka sanitary pads that we appreciate our peers who has also shown that one here, and we appreciate such innovation, And that was what is we are doing to make sure that the curriculum we are designing is geared toward that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for a lot of work that is going on at university level. But let's come down to specifics. And let's come to the county, Bwana Elias. What mechanisms have you put in place to ensure that the students from Wajir County remain patriotic, culturally conscious, and committed to national development?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I wish to welcome all educationists, especially Ministry of Education, all the state departments, to Wajir County. We are peace-loving people, and this is a hub or a center of education in northern region. The first primary in the northern region started here in Wajir. The first high school or secondary school started here. And many of the educated people from the old NFD, Northern Frontier districts, originated from here. If I come to your question, first, just briefly, let me just pick on some few functions for the board, the County Education Board. One of our functions is coordinate and monitor all educational and training programs. We link between county and national government to ensure education policies and standards are locally adapted and implemented. We monitor the curriculum implementation within the county, issues of advocacy of child rights. We register and maintain a data bank of all education and training institutions within the county. And last among the many, collaborate with Teacher Service Commission on teacher management. To come back to your question, how CB ensures learners remain patriotic, we do interpreting and implementing education policies adapted locally. Under the same local situation. And if you remember the beginning of the workshop, we had students from Tarbach. And what they presented here were cultural dance. They said this was a Somali dance related to a wedding. So those are kind of the things which we encourage. So we champion and recommend registration of new schools, ensure learner success, follow up on implementation of quality assurance reports, especially on curriculum implementation and other related areas. We also monitor performance of learners and work with board of management to address school challenges. We work with parents and stakeholders to ensure barriers such as school dropouts, early marriage, drought, and challenges are addressed appropriately. Among those many, we monitor schools to ensure national and East African national anthem are played during flag raising days. This is part of patriotism. Monitor to ensure different schools, clubs, drama, scouts, debating, music, integrity, and peace clubs are active and give positive messages on patriotic duty of each learner. We monitor which speakers are being invited to speak to students on pertinent issues in education. We also encourage schools, board of management to provide opportunities for the students to undertake educational tours, visits in other regions to learn the culture in other areas and appreciate diversity. Visiting historical sites and participate in local and national day celebrations. We also network and benchmark with other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and for that very good response. And all the subsequent speakers, please, let's be precise, brief. I now move to Professor Mtai, Professor Cheminywa, and Professor Shtanda. You know we are having an increasingly interconnected world. How can Kenya leverage on the diplomacy, research collaboration, and student mobility as soft power for economic growth and global influence? And from your respective universities, what are you actually doing? I'll start from the farthest, Professor Cheminywa.
Thank you very much. First of all, diplomacy as a soft power, education diplomacy as a soft power. We expect that as universities and as the Kenya government, we need to develop international research centers and regional hubs where we can have staff from the other parts of the world coming in. We also expect that we also promote our values, our innovations across the region. And we also need to develop partnerships with the global institutions, because what is important for this kind of educational diplomacy is that we are able to have ambassadors, because most of these people that we deal with in terms of exchange programs, research centers, they actually become the future leaders, and they also become the policymakers, they become the business leaders, and therefore they help us as a country to promote the national interests of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Samtai?
Yeah, in terms of diplomacy in education and research, there are actually three important areas that you mentioned. But I would like to say that more importantly in Kenya, we need to really brand our universities. What do I mean by that? It's like where we have universities who are known by their niche area in terms of research. And how have we done that in our university? We are known to be the Green University. And if you look at our research programs, what we do proposal in, they are mostly centered towards greening in terms of environment. So this is very important, because when we do that, we make sure that we position our university where we solve our real problem, because our university in Africa should actually provide African solution problem. This can only be achieved through the research. We have also strengthened that in terms of partnership. These are international partnership, collaboration through the MOUs, where we do the joint research with other universities, not only internationally, but we also look at our local universities, because we don't really have to have every equipment that we need, but if my neighboring university has one, we can share. So that is what we do to make sure that we are looking into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Standen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maybe first allow me to say a little bit about SECU. SECU in full is Southeastern Kenya University, and we are located the nearest to Wajir, just after Garissa University. Our motto actually is from arid to green, and that tells you that we are also in the semi-arid region, and we are encouraging students from Garissa to visit and also choose SECU University. Now, in terms of diplomacy, SECU has done quite a lot. Starting from the East African region, SECU is a member of the Inter-University Council of East Africa. Now, being a member, the Inter-University Council of East Africa has programs for movement of staff and also for movement of students. And therefore, we've been having our staff and students moving in the East African region, and we have been exchanging. They have been going outside, and also some are coming to SECU. And then we have agreed as SECU to admit at least 7 students from the East African region, and this one is supposed to spearhead the integration in the East African community. We have also been given the same opportunity by other countries and other universities in the East African region, and they are able now to admit our students, and this is going now to improve our relationship with other countries around ourselves. Now, we have also gone outside Africa. We have a very strong relationship with universities in China, where we have sent our students for training. We have also sent staff for training, and we have also received students from China, and we have also received staff from China who have been able to do their work, learning and research at SECU. We have also done the same with Germany. We have done the same with the US and many other countries. And through this, we are able to improve our research that we are undertaking. We are also able to improve the exposure that our students and our staff have to the international community, and therefore this continues to improve our image as a university in the local position, in the East African position, and also in the international community. So there are many others that we are doing, but we will maybe talk as we continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We have been to Germany, we've been to Europe, we've been to the UK. Now we come here. So I come. I will have no. Where is the roaming mic? Audience. And we will have a question we can get or a response from a university student. Okay. And please be brief. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I could wish to answer the question.
You can tell us your name and the university.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ruth Kemto Ziko. I'm coming from Bomechi University. I could answer that the university and higher learning institutions play a very crucial role in rebuilding social cohesion, patriotism, and responsible citizen by going beyond academic training and nurturing values. They can do that by, one, promoting civic education among the youths, among the young people, telling them about the national values and the importance of keeping them. Two, by encouraging community service, and volunteerism by the youth, by the young children growing up. How can they volunteer in different public activities so that they can contribute into the development of the education sector? And lastly is by fostering unity and inclusion. They can encourage the young youth, the young generation, on the importance of unity among themselves and among the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Elmi, Professor Elmi, where are you? All right.
Is it morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Professor Mohammed Yusuf Elmi. I am currently the principal of the Nuria College, the only college that has been able to provide education up to a degree level in 120 years of Wajir County's life. I was also the former chancellor of Rongo University. Now, for us to talk about education, Wajir first is the cradle of education in the entire Northeastern. The first primary school was started in 1948. Now, this tells you there are many important people that have gone through education. Wajir, or generally the counties of pastoral society, require 3 things for them to improve their education level. One is that the people who have been educated by the society through primary, secondary, up to university level must come back and give back to the society. Most of us, you know, when you get a good job, you get the comfort of Nairobi, live in Karen, and enjoy the swimming pools available, then you forget the heat in this area. So for those of us, and I must congratulate myself for having brought this Nuria College, because during the insecurity time, most of the malimus, nurses, and the skilled people moved out from this county. So there were no teachers, there were no nurses, or those ones who were available were few and could not cater for the. This is now how Nuria College was born. Nuria College is the name of a female who happened to be my mother. And she's a part of the maternal statistics. So that tells you maternal mortality is still very high, despite the fact that we have been having health services for the last, I don't know, any years. Now, the other thing is that education must move with the cultural, the culture of the society. The culture of the society, essentially, this is a Muslim community. And they begin their early education with the duksi, or what is called the Islamic schools. These Islamic schools are not integrated to the secular education. So a lot of students are lost in between. While we talk about 100% transition, this is not possible as long as Islamic education is not integrated into the secular education. The third and the most important one is that these are nomadic people. You know what education has done to our society is learning a lot of bombastic English. And this bombastic English cannot be used to herd the camel. So in essence, we must integrate this education system. People are, everybody who qualifies or who finishes at the university degree wants to be employed by somebody else. This guy is having 100 camels in the bush. And instead of using his PhD to herd these camels better, he is looking for an employment of 60,000 from the county government. So do you see this disparity? So I think for us to be able to achieve this, we need to integrate education with technology. Technology to an extent, and I saw a lot of these universities. There is only one university that's available in Wajir today. And this came, it was brought about by, during my tenure as the Chancellor of Rongo University.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Because we need to give up some people a chance, maybe just wind up so that we...
I think I've said all that is very important. Key issue is that the universities that have come here today to join us into these important Madaraka Day thematic series, we must create some kind of a supermarket. We have Garissa University here. We have Rongo University here. I think Musino Muliro is also cooperating with our universities. But with the time, there is no need to reinvent the wheel.
Sure.
These universities should be able to cooperate with local knowledges here. The other thing is that you see these the funding methods. The funding methods have eliminated tertiary colleges like Nuria. Students in Nuria have no access to the funding method. So I think it's also important to review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I want to go right behind there. And please, we speak about how we are thinking globally and also missing out our national issues. Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm Obade Valentine. I'm from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. Let me, first of all, bring to you my apologies that I'm not going to take 1 minute, because I was here when my fellow president took the mic when we were given a chance to speak. I was so obedient and I carried my hands to be given the chance. It passed. But you know, my self-conscious will kill me if I go back to Western, if I don't say why I believe that our institution is propelling the best people for the market job outside there. That was the question. And if the panel and my audience allows, I can speak a little about it before I can proceed to that. Now, one, we have got 11 schools, and as the school president, and by God's grace, I've served for some time in leadership, so I've seen the trajectory. In nursing, because I'm from the School of Nursing, Midwifery, and Paramedical Sciences, I believe that our institution forms one of the largest institutions that is exporting Kenyan nurse to the outside world, meaning that they are proficient in service delivery. We are here courtesy of innovation. When I was missing, I was at a booth there. When people had their choices, university to be Masomo so that you can tell them what you are doing. The registrar from Chuka spoke about Banagal. We speak about Kesho, that we make sanitary pads from sugarcane. But that aside, there is a student, for their student doing bachelor's degree in engineering. He has done an eco-hydro. There is an innovation that can tap water from the atmosphere and then convert it to liquid water. I believe it's something that this county can benefit from. And lastly, because of time, allow me say this. While we are speaking about education, the main goal is on how to better our lives. We have had different and multiple correlations with other outside institutions. My take is this. From funding model, from university fund, I believe that you should also come up with a fund that is going to do scholarships on exchange programs alone. So that when you do a course here, and that is the end game, let there be an institution out of Africa, in the US or in Asia, that someone can go and master in that skill. I'm doing global health and travel medicine. That's the end of it all. In fact, it's all in Masomo. But now from there, what is the prognosis of this learning? Where do we find our further mastery? So if there is a fund through the education system or the education ministry, we can go and master on those skills so that when we come back, we give back to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana President.
Thank you.
Kwake. I'm told there's a lady here. Before I come back here to begin my winding process, you know I am limited on time, but I see the conversations are very exciting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. My name's Orai Adan Hussein. I'm the chair of Parent Association, Wajir County, thanks to God. And I'm also in the board, education board, that is. I have one proposal on Wajir Peace University. Story is a lot, but then I'll shorten it. We have 9 trustees representing entire Wajir community, holding on behalf of Wajir County, that is. We have 500 acres of land donated by the community. And the county government has proved this university land. Governor Ahmed Abdullahi Sak a borehole at the area. And we have title deeds. Kindly we are requesting, since this is educational day, to have an extra community university for the betterment of the vast county of Wajir and the entire country, outside the country. Madam PS, kindly, with your boss and your friends who are next to you, we are requesting approval of that university with the help of the president. I know he's going to be ready to support us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now with that, I want to come back to the panelists here because you can hear from the audience, there's a lot of expectations. They have a lot of desires going forward from funding, what can be done, diplomacy, but just from yourselves, even as we begin the journey, there's a lot of climate shocks, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of rapid technological change. How can these education systems build resilient, citizens capable not only of adapting towards the future, but also shaping it. I will start from the farthest end, and as you will be speaking, you will also be doing your parting shot as you speak, coming this way.
Thank you very much, moderator. I needed to say something about diplomacy in Turkana University College in terms of education diplomacy. We have one major program called Human Evolutionary Biology that we offer. We study the origin of humans. As you know, Turkana is the cradle of mankind. And this program is a master's program that is run by us and Europeans and Americans, and it is done also in partnership with the Turkana Basin Institute. So we have many professors from Europe and America in this program. We have already graduated 5 students, and all of them now are doing their PhDs. One is in Harvard, another one is in Finland, some are in Arizona, and it is a very good program that we are working together. And we are also working with our Kenyan ambassador to the UN to continue developing further partnerships to promote that program together with the SUNY University at Oswego. And I think the ministry did very well to bring them over through our PS, Dr. Nyangala. And so it's a program that basically puts Turkana University College at the global level. And also it's also good for the country. Now, when it comes to the issues of climate change, at Turkana University College, we are preparing students for who can be the workers in the renewable energy area, because as you know, Turkana University is very hot, it is dry, and it has a lot of course, solar and a lot of sun, a lot of wind. And so we have a very good program called Renewable Energy and Technology, and that is what we are working also with the communities to ensure that we promote solar power use across our communities. And we are doing it in partnership with the universities in the UK. So basically we are working on that to ensure that we resolve those problems.
Yes.
Thank you.
Professor Golicha, even as you respond to that one, you know that we have open university, the open learning. Is that affecting our diplomacy levels and becoming national, even as you answer?
Thank you very much. To answer that particular question, the world is changing. Climate change, like already mentioned, there are a number of issues which are growing. It is important for us to notice that the CBC or CBET, the curriculum-based education and training, is already working on this. Students are being prepared down the road in primary, the junior secondary, the senior, and by the time they come to the university, we are also preparing and ready. In my university, Masomo University of Science and Technology, we are going solar. Already, I think a large section of the administrative block, the library, and these other areas are solarized, if I may use the term. So we are already using solar. And other activities that will push us towards successfully mitigating these changes of climate change and others taking place, we are working towards that. I think before I push the mark forward, I'd like to mention one thing. First of all, thank the Ministry of Education through the PS Nyangala here to have this thematic area of education in Wajir, generally in the whole of northern Kenya. This is an area that has been left behind for a very, very long time. Like I said, I come from this region. I consider myself somebody from northern Kenya. Education has been our undoing. Maybe before anything else, if we get education, then we will be able to be like the rest of the country. Somebody said education is an equalizer. It's not money, it is education. And we know when there are issues of insecurity in this place, our schools end up without teachers. Our hospitals end up without staff. So we need to get this education. And we really appreciate Madam PS concerning that. So we will appreciate as we grow and celebrate 63 years of independence with the first Madaraka Day in northern Kenya, which is at Wajir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You've spoken as the son of the soil. Professor Mtai.
Thank you so much. Let me speak into two things. Yeah, one, I want to say that at our university in Bomet, as I had said that we are a green university, we have started being practical in the sense that we are actually going paperless. Like, for example, the teaching practice that is there, the attachment, there is nothing like the logbook and all that. We are just doing all of it online. And in another way, we do agriculture. And we have started a pilot test, whereby the third years and fourth years go and do the practical with the farmer. So that one day in a week is assigned to the farmer, so that he will go and help this farmer in what he does from morning to evening in the farm. So those are some of the ways that we are changing the way of teaching, the traditional way into a more practical way. Having said that, I would also want to say that, yes, we are embracing technology, which we're not replacing the human being, but we're just complementing it. And also, as a university, because most of our courses now are online. And we are doing that while we also try to see that in the 21st century university, we are transcending the borders, geographical, that we are able to have other students joining from other countries. But what's the danger also of this? Because as much as we are doing that, my colleague has mentioned the Intercouncil, East Africa Intercouncil University, University Council of East Africa, whereby we are now trying to align all the programs, aligning the quality of this program, so that as much as we are one, we maintain the quality of education in terms of what we offer to the student, what is shared within the East Africa. And I do believe that much as we are talking about, dealing with students which you don't see, and you see the issue which is there now, somebody say this person never came, was never in my class and all that. So there should be a way of actually trying to also make sure that as much as we are going online, there must be a way where we get together and confirm that this was one of the students who was in this university. But
thank you, Prof.
That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. You just reminded me to always remember to say who I was within university. It's a good thing, because we had challenges. Dr. Chege, please.
Thank you very much. On my part, I want to start by thanking the government for focusing on the university, especially on the new funding model. How we shall be able to motivate our young people to be the game changers in this country. The new system, the CBE, with the 3 pathways, and I want to talk about what we have done in Chuka University. The 3 pathways, the STEM, we have 9 faculties, for instance. We have those under STEM, we have those under social sciences, and the art and sports science. And within that, how do we nurture this student in this pathway as we wait for them in 2029? So to be very proactive, we have started what we call the summer schools. The first summer school we held attracted participants from 52 countries across the world. This one brought students, integrated, especially sharing on experiences across the board. And this one enhances the education diplomacy, what we are talking about, a strategic way of using scholarly exchange to influence each other at a global stage. Then number two, what have we done as a university to promote this? We have the joint research and collaboration that we have been doing to integrate our students with universities across the globe. For instance, we have one project that we are undertaking that focuses on food security, which is very, very good, where our students come up with solutions.
Doctor, you need to
Yeah,
summarize.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I can end there.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
It's your chance to say from the local level, what, of course, we know that we looking at it from the university perspectives, the students who are studying online and not being connected with the national because they are dealing at international level. What are some of the initiatives you are making sure that, again, on the same thing about patriotism and being understanding the local issues? And as you also do that, you're parting short as we finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. First, let me just say that the last 5 years, this county has sent around 6,000 students to the various universities in the country. It's a very big achievement. And currently, with the new funding model, to be honest, there are very, very poor families whom we know are actually benefiting. And this is enough evidence. Last year, around 1,500 of them went to university. And this all because of the new funding. But coming back to the question, our responsibility as a board is to make sure that we carry out awareness through the FM radios. The Somali community, our oral community, I would say something and it will travel faster than the wind. So we use very much the local FM radios because they're using the same language. So it's one of our channels where we create awareness and encourage parents and students, whether it is online or it is full-time to the various universities in the country. It's our pride that our students are going. Just to give a very small example, some 3 years ago, the county advertised position of around 5 doctors. They wanted to employ 5 doctors. Guess over 30 qualified doctors from this county had applied. 5 positions and over 30 doctors applying for this. This is a very big achievement, my friends. A very big achievement. So, with this current situation, say the current work we are doing today here and the celebration of 63 Madaraka, it's 63 years of since our independence, I would say that we are proud. When we are proud, we are all together here. We feel much more closer, and even our students all over who are here and who are not there would remember. But I will tell you, awareness creation, community mobilization, those are the things we are using so that we have very good elders in every village.
Thank you, Chair.
Sort of Nyumba Kumi, etc. Thank you very much.
And finally, we have Professor Stanley with your parting shot as we finish this session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray. Parting shot, I want to support the 2 PSS, I think 3 of them, who said that young people focus, and we shall do our best as your elders to support you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. We're coming to the end of this session, and to appreciate them, this panel is to invite the 2 PSS. Please join us on stage. And for the rest of the team, we will sing a song together.
Thank you very much. Please let us appreciate the professors and our leaders for a job well done. Let us, at this point, let me invite Dr. Omar once more to come and give us a final prayer. Yes.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك آمين.
Thank you very much. That was a good day.
Asante sana. Kilicho na mwanzo basi hakikosi mwisho, si ndio? Hatimaye basi thematic week tumeweza kukamilisha, na basi kesho kutakuwa na elimu mashinani na itafanyika hapa hapa. Watu wafike mapema na exhibition booth is officially closed. Si ndivyo? Sasa tuende tutafute lunch, tupumzike hadi kesho. Na nimesema elimu mashinani inafanyika hapa. Hiyo ujumbe tafadhali muweze kuwapea wenzenu, kwa sababu initially ilikuwa inataka ifanyike kule Wajir High, lakini change of program ikakuwa elimu mashinani itafanyika hapa hapa. Saa ni saa 12. Saa 12 watu wakoe mapema hapa, ndio hiyo shughuli iweze kuanza rasmi mapema. Asanteni sana hadi tunapokutana wakati mwingine, na watakia kila laheri.
Kenya, Dr. William Ruto for 4 days of transformative. The Thematic Week program brings together Kenya's top leaders under the theme Education, Skills and the Future. From Thursday to Saturday, 28th to 30th May 2026, join leading education stakeholders and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for 4 days of transformative dialogue, innovation, leadership and inclusion. Discover bold ideas shaping the future of learning, skills development and opportunity for generations to come. Be part of the conversation driving Kenya's educational transformation forward. Watch the Thematic Week program live from Wagberi Primary School, Wajir County on KBC Channel 1. The Thematic Week program brings together Kenya's top leaders under the theme Education, Skills and the Future. From Thursday to Saturday, 28th to 30th May 2026, join leading education stakeholders and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for 4 days of transformative dialogue, innovation, leadership and inclusion. Discover bold ideas shaping the future of learning, skills development and opportunity for generations to come. Be part of the conversation driving Kenya's educational transformation forward. Watch the Thematic Week program live from Wagberi Primary School, Wajir County on KBC Channel 1. The Thematic Week program brings together Kenya's top leaders under the theme Education, Skills and the Future. From Thursday to Saturday, 28th to 30th May 2026, join leading education stakeholders and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for 4 days of transformative dialogue, innovation, leadership and inclusion. Discover bold ideas shaping the future